Hello, good morning, everyone. How's everybody feeling? Can you give me a little shout out to say you're feeling good? Is everybody feeling excited? Okay, great. So welcome, welcome. A lot of young kids here. I mean, are you here to get the funding, to know about funding, to get more information on who can pitch into your business? Is that right? Can somebody tell me more about what they do and why are they here?
We are from an incubation center. So we are from Srujan Entrepreneurship Development and Incubation Center of Sri Balaji University, Pune. And we do have students with startup ideas and looking for funding.
I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you can keep it.
Oh, I can keep it,
Yeah.
right? Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And what are you here for and where are you from? I think it'll be nice if you can speak.
We are from KPMG and we are delegates here. So we are just seeing this program and writing keynotes and everything. Yeah.
Very nice. Thank you. KMG I love because a lot of analysis comes from here. So here, are you students? Are you also volunteering? Very nice. And do you want a lot of money? And you want a lot of money from other people in your business? No, you want to do your business yourself. Only dad's money, right? Okay, that's great. So good morning, everybody. Welcome to day 2 of the mobile conference. I hope that you had a great time yesterday if you were here. Who was here yesterday? Okay, that's great. And today we have exciting lineup in this podium. We have exciting people telling you all about investing, angel investing to start with. So welcome, and let me just wear my specs to introduce the panel properly. Okay. So we start our day with a fireside chat, pitch to partnership. Okay, first you pitch and then you make partners. And it is on fundraising and investor relations. And so let's welcome first Padmaja Ruparel. Please come on the stage. She's the co-founder of Indian Angel Investor and founding partner of IAN Fund. So let's welcome her, please. Yes, thank you, Padmaja. Welcome. And with her, I want to call upon Geetika Dayal. Please come on the stage. She is the Executive Director for TIE, Delhi NCR. And these two ladies are here to talk about pitch to partnership, okay? So all the best, and hear them. They have exciting round of questions, everything that you would probably want to know. So I'll get off the stage and over to you now.
Thanks, Archana. Thanks a ton. And very good morning, all of you. It's great to be here. I hope you've been having a good time. Were you here yesterday also? Awesome. Very nice. So this is a very special Saturday for me. I would say starting the day in conversation with someone who you've learned a lot from, right from the very beginning of your career, and who's one of your mentors, whether she likes it or not, I'm sorry, you are and will always be. And more than anything, somebody who's a dear friend, who's always there, who you can count on. So having a conversation with them is something that really works out for a super start of the day. We also have, of course, somebody who we regard as a mentor right on top of both our lists, Saurabh Srivastav, who's been the founder, president, and chairman emeritus of TIE Delhi NCR, also a co-founder of IAN and NASSCOM, IVCA. I mean, it's an illustrious span that he has had of building institutions. So we've had the opportunity to learn from the best and sort of be in his chhatra chaya to some extent. But for me, it goes beyond that, where I have personally learned a lot from Padmaja. So beyond that, I think if you try and introduce somebody who's been regarded as the 50 most powerful women in business by Fortune India, she's in the list of women trailblazers for Forbes. And again, 30 most powerful women in India in business by Business World. How do you introduce somebody like that, right? Needs no introduction. She's been not only responsible for a lot of the work that has gone into building the startup ecosystem as we know it today, but even if I were to look at the Indian Angel Network, it's unique in the position that it has established. It's not only India, but probably the world's largest network of angels and investors across the world. I think the first one in India that also established itself in London, right from 10 Downing Street. She's helped build the angel network in India, but also in other countries, including Sri Lanka, I believe. So I think it goes a long way to show where her passion and commitment lies. I'd like to request her to share with us her thoughts on how she has seen the startup ecosystem evolve over the last almost 3 decades, and then we will get into the IEN journey itself.
So first of all, thank you for inviting me, Geetika, and the TIE team. I have to first denounce one sentence that Geetika mentioned, that I'm her mentor. Actually, that's not true. And I wouldn't like to be there because it suddenly puts me much senior in age, which I surely don't want to be. So I think Geetika and I have worked together to really build something for the ecosystem. As she mentioned, TIE was brought to India by Mr. Saurabh Srivastava. He actually brought in this organization which was started globally in Silicon Valley. And most importantly, I think what we all should really give credit to is the fact that TIE Delhi NCR chapter, I can't get to NCR usually, I only know it as TIE Delhi. The TIE Delhi NCR chapter is the best performing chapter globally in the TIE universe for the last, 5-7 years. And that credit sits only at one door, which is Geetika's door. So on that note, I think, Geetika, I think you are a mentor to many, including I have learned how to take global concepts, global organizations, and make them locally relevant. And I think that's very important for our discussion because we can keep saying that, if a startup in Silicon Valley can do ABCD or it can be valued at that, I think TIE has really shown the way that we have to have our own unique identity, we have to have our own unique model, and we have our own unique problems to solve. So, and that is where I think TIE has taken a real leadership, TIE Delhi especially, to look at how we can solve these problems for our country. So actually that's how I look at it. If I look at it for over the last, 20 years that I've been in the ecosystem, when we started TIE, and Geetika, I must let in on a secret that Geetika was a very difficult person to get on board on TIE. I had to literally pull her in to say, "Ghar kya baithi ho, office aa jao." And that's how we started. We incubated TIE in Saurabh, Mr. Srivastava's office. And we had to literally pull her to say, come and do some work. So that is Geetika for you. Unfortunately, it's turned 180 degrees today. She pulls us to say, what are you sitting in your office or home? Come and get going, So that's the evolution that you see that TIE brings in many people's life. This is just one. And I think that's what's very important. I think when we started thinking about TIE and when Geetika sort of came on board, I think the issue really was at that time that there were a couple of waves of first generation entrepreneurs who had already got going. We had the first generation of IT industry entrepreneurs like Mr. Murthy, Mr. Srivastava. These guys had already shown the way that you could start with literally first generation, middle class entrepreneurs, no wealth, no family wealth, There were no VCs, right? And they could still start and create global companies, right? And then we had the next generation, which was the Sanjeev Bikhchandani and Deep Kalra, who at that time had got going with the Naukri and Make My Trip. And I think there are others also. I'm just taking some examples from the Delhi, from this ecosystem. And this became very inspirational, and I think TIE was very well positioned to pick up that inspiration of these first two waves of first generation entrepreneurs and actually seed inspiration, seed the mentoring programs, and start building and inspiring people to make startups and get going as the first career option. And today I think TIE has come a long way and has contributed, and I think it should take a bow that today I think what it tried to do 2 decades ago has become a reality. There are many, many people who are looking at going startup as the first option, right? In many cases even before they graduate, right? And I think the second thing that is really important that has happened in the ecosystem, that there's an acceptance of failure. And that acceptance of failure is not only at the level of the entrepreneur, but his or her parents. And that's very important again. So I think that is what I see in the startup ecosystem. From an IN perspective, IN started a little later. IN started about, 7, 8 years after TIE started. And it actually is very sensible when you look at it, why it started later. Is because it's looked at a gap that was, it started as an accident, but I think it quickly evolved into filling a gap in the ecosystem. That all the people that TIE was sort of inspiring to become entrepreneurs who had sort of used their family, friends and fools' money, where do they get their next round of money? And that's where the angels stepped in. So I think if you look at the ecosystem, it's really, really seen a journey.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. I think that's very true, resonates. And of course, some of you are from a generation that will not know a world or a India where startups were not as fashionable as they are now. But some of us here, and I can see some TIE stalwarts from around the world, Raj being here as well. Thanks for joining us, Raj. But at the same time, when IEN started, that was the time when the mentors realized that that need for early stage capital, as Padmaja mentioned, was required. But over a span of these 15, 16 years of IAN, there are over 500 angels that you have been able to attract and sort of keep them active, motivated as angels, putting in their money to help seed the startup journey. You've been, I think, across 10 countries. You've had close to 200 portfolio companies. Would love to understand what is it that attracted these high net worth individuals, these CEOs and successful entrepreneurs to become part of IEN? What is it that was, their passion in giving back through their money? Did it help them make more money? Did it help them satisfy their serial entrepreneurship journey? How have you been able to actually build such a large network, especially in a space which was not really known in India at that time? That culture of angel investing, which has grown from strength to strength under your leadership.
No, you're right, actually. When we started IAN, there was no concept of angel investing. I had to literally walk the streets to first concept sell, and I had some very interesting experience. Just to share one of them, there was this $1 billion guy, and he's a very successful entrepreneur, and he actually told me this. He asked me this question. He says, Padmaja, investment to samajhta hu, wo to tum mujhe shayad returns dogi, but ye religious part kya hai angel ka? So that is when it hit me that this is a concept sell. It's not a product that's ready to go. So yes, from that point, it was a very different journey. That's true. But I think why it sort of resonated, to come to your point, I think a lot of the people who we spoke to at that time in the first 5 years were people who were successful entrepreneurs. They had walked the very tough path of building their own ventures and succeeding in exiting them or growing them. And they realized that one of the biggest challenges was funding. So they could empathize that for new entrepreneurs or for people starting out, one of the big issues was funding. And there were no banks, and the banks still don't give money. They don't have collaterals. The VCs were much later. The VCs at that time were only investing a minimum of 7 million. They were not going to invest in a company which needed just $500,000, right? So that need was very, very critical. Secondly, if you are an entrepreneur and a successful one and you've sort of moved on and exited, many of them really did not want to start another venture of their own and do the whole heavy lift, the operations bit. But in some ways wanted to still live the journey of an entrepreneur. So what better way than engaging by investing and helping that young entrepreneur to start going. So that's the second point. The third point which you brought up is how did you grow a 500, So the reality was that at that time, and I think to a great extent even today, most of the angel groups around the world were very clubby structures, very local structures, right? As local as saying there's an Oxford Angels and there's an Cambridge Angels. So they were very local, meeting over dinner, over drinks, and just putting up the hand after a few drinks. I probably was at an age where I didn't want to run a club. I wanted to run a professional organization or engage in that, right? So number one, that was very clear that I'm not going to run one more club. I think the second piece is that we are a country of 1.4 billion people, and scale is something which comes so automatically to us. So the thought was, how do we scale what we are trying to do? And that's where we built the world's first platform play of angel investing. And today, as I sit as a co-chair of the Global Business Angel Network as well, I must share with you that what we've done in India completely astounds the Americans also, who are actually where angel investing was born. So they are not clear how we've actually succeeded. But what has happened is, because we've been able to spread across geographies and leverage those geographies, it has helped our investors, because you can then really build a lot of risk mitigation for an investment at a very early stage, which is very risky. So we've had companies which were born in Pune, we've brought in founder from Chandigarh, we've connected him to NASA, and now the rest is history. It's now a $3.5 billion company sitting in the West, right? So sitting in Silicon Valley. So I think these stories could only happen when you thought of scale, when you thought of platform plays, you thought of how you engage people beyond just getting checks. And I think that is very critical, and it reflects in the numbers, if I may share that, is today we have about 210 companies across 18 sectors. We are always investing in something new, like space tech or 3D printing of human organs or stuff like that. We've invested less than 1,000 crores, including the VC fund that I founded. Our companies have gone on to raise 18,000 crores, right? And we've had investors from every part of the world, as long as they're marquee. That's what we are seeing. So, and a failure rate which is enviable at about 14 to 18%. So I think this group that we've created, and I think a lot of them sort of also stride the Thai network, and we found the Thai network very complementary to us. They're people who actually bring a lot more value than just check. And I think we see that in Thai also. I don't see people just coming there to network. I think there's a lot more that happens, and I think that is something that you should also sort of talk about, because it's important to build the ecosystem that we're talking about.
Yeah, no, absolutely, you're right. And I think what we found is that collaboration is something that is key to success. It's not just about someone's journey that they're able to, it almost takes, like they say, a village to raise a baby. It's the same kind of concept with a startup idea that comes to life, and then there's so much that is needed. And in TIE, one of the things that it started with was in terms of saying, how can we create education, networking, and mentorship to be able to support a startup founder. But at the same time, sharing that inspiration, learning from those who have been there, done that, the ability has gone on to more than that. Even when we talked earlier of mentorship, it was about learning from, the business gurus who had already started their ventures. As we grow now, we find that there is a lot of value that is getting unlocked in TIE through a peer-to-peer mentorship platform, because the kind of journey that someone sitting next to you would have had may also be useful for you to learn from. And at the same time, the ability to access the right kind of people. The right kind of people could be investors, could be mentors, could be corporates that you're looking to sell to, or just a global audience, because today, founders are building in India for the world. So there is much more as a platform that TIE has the ability to offer across sectors, and there are multiple thanks that happen right from a school stage to a university level to early stage and growth stage founders that will help you actually across sectors, across your functional area of expertise, be able to connect with the right set of people and learn from them. So, I think that has to work in tandem with what IEN is doing, with what the government policies now are coming together. And that is where we nurture, we create the funnel, and we then lean on IEN and others to be able to actually support and take that entrepreneur's journey, give them the wings to fly. We've seen IEN investing in, a sector agnostic approach, right from agri to, women-led ventures to space and defense, as Padmaja talked about, and everything in between which is worthy of being supported. Padmaja, I wanted to ask you if there are any specific notable successes that you have had in your investments that you'd like to talk about, which makes you feel proud of what you're doing and you think has had the right kind of journey because of IEN support as well.
So I think, we are investors who, and this is, I presume we are called old-fashioned investors, but the reality is we are investors who are focused more on value creation than valuation. Having said that, just to give some tangible numbers around it, today we have 3 unicorns, each beyond $2 billion. So that's a marker. We still hold shares in each of them. We invested in very, very early stage, so I'll not share the valuation because you can almost figure out the multiple. We've got another 5 unicorns on the way. But interestingly, these are all in different spaces and different sectors. So that, I think, is one piece. I think the second piece is the fact that the portfolio has seen almost 18,000 crores come in, which tells you the endorsement. But I think the more important piece that I've seen at IEN is we've invested in companies which are solving real problems. So we've not seen too many. I think we've only seen 2 which are aggregator models, as they call it. But each one of them is innovatively solving a real problem and leveraging technology to scale. And secondly is top line and bottom line, always. So we did not have to wait for somebody to tell us that you should have a top line, bottom line. I think this has been continuous in our thesis. So and if that should happen, the reality is that today an innovative startup starting out in India has one big advantage. If you solve a problem in this country, pilot it and operationalize it, you can take it to at least one other country in the world. The world does not comprise of just North America and the UK. I think the world is near West, near East, South, everything. So I think we are seeing our companies. In fact, one of my company's thesis, marketing thesis or sales strategy is not to go to North America. So it's built on that thesis. So I think that is a big piece. And the third piece, I think, despite just being an investor platform, I think we have a larger vision as IAN that we want to invest in 500 startups with 5,000 crores to create 5 lakhs jobs, because the belief is that unless we create more jobs, we will create another industry, which is the industry of terrorism, which none of us want. By 2030, we want to achieve this. We are well on our way to do. We have already done about over 200. We've invested 1,000 crores, and we've created 1,20,000 plus jobs. And we've been able to see lives change. So one company, I'll just give you one example. It's a company called Pool. It basically takes temple waste from the rivers and converts it through a biotechnology formula to create incense, and now they have another product which is an alternate to leather, where one of the FANG companies founders is mentoring him. FANG is, usually for those who may want to know, is basically an acronym for Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. So one of the founders of that is now mentoring this company. And most important is that 3,500 scavenger women's lives have changed. They've been brought out of that scavenging work, and now they're part of an organized setup. They're getting fixed income. They're being able to educate their children. 5 of those 3,500 women have now learnt basic computers, right? And they are doing inventory management and database management, which is I think it's a phenomenal impact that you can have on the lives of people. And I think that to me is value creation.
Wow, I mean, that I think is a real example of the fact that sometimes the opportunity is lying just around you. You just have to have your eyes and ears open to spot that opportunity. Some of them are lofty ideas, but some of them are, where challenges bring about the necessity to solve them. And if you're solving a problem that really needs, that's causing pain to people, the chances of your success are so much higher. I think also on that note, I would like to share that both TIE and IAN, and because I see the STPI stall right in front of me, we're actually coming together with an accelerator program called Leap Ahead, which we will be launching. So do join us if you all are in town on 6th of November at Meridian Hotel, where we are doing a Leap Ahead summit, where about 75 to 100 such enterprising ideas and startups will be chosen to get acceleration, mentorship, and knowledge over a period of 3 months with the hope of being able to give them a funding of up to 1 crore at the end of those 3 months. So that's the kind of, again, way where these ideas which are lying all around you, or which you are working on, which you found, really worthwhile, can perhaps get nurtured and move to the next level. And there are many more such things that keep happening throughout the year. So we'd love to be able to capture that. But one of the things that I think I also want to touch upon is the fact that sometimes an investor's head bears a heavy burden. It's sometimes a crown of thorns, I guess, which is what gives this relationship where they are regarded as sharks or vultures or what have you, that kind of a thing, just to come to a lighter note. So this relationship between a startup founder and an investor is sometimes rather uneasy, perhaps a love-hate relationship where you can't live without them, but living with them may not be as easy as well. But I know IAN has always had an entrepreneur-centric approach. So I want to first of all ask you, Padmaja, is this justified to have this thought that there is this really sort of muddy water somewhere between, a sort of distrust between a founder and an investor? And secondly, if IAN has taken up certain initiatives where they've moved beyond it to sort of build a more loving relationship with your founders?
So I must congratulate you. You've sequenced the questions very, very pertinently and made it a little harder for me. But before I answer that, I want to actually bring one point to the previous question, because I think I should dispel the notion that we only value create in intangibles. I mean, yes, we want to change lives, we want to solve real problems, we want to help companies scale, but we also want returns, okay? So we do look at numbers, and companies have given us 100 times, 50 times, 75 times. We just exited partially from a company which has given us 105% IRR and stuff like that. So that are the basics of the business which you don't forget, right? So to your question, I think, you know, there are two really critical pieces that I'd like to say. Is for entrepreneurs to understand that the investor's business is to invest and get returns. And that focus will not go away, just as the entrepreneur's focus of building a business and creating value for himself and other stakeholders should not go away, right? And I think that's important. If you look at it in one light, it's both have the same objective of growing the company, but there is a difference. The difference is that entrepreneurs want to continue to build their business for the next 20, 25 years or whatever they want to do, okay? And that's fine. But investors don't want to do that, right? Investors invest in a company, and at some point they want to exit with returns. And I often use the metaphor to say investors are really looking for a marriage. But unlike normal marriages that all of us have, which we remain married to the same person for decades, investors want a divorce and they want a hefty alimony.
So a live-in relationship works better for you?
No, they have to be in bed to build that, na? So I think that is something which is, that's where the divergence of objective happen. And that is something I think both should understand. But what marriage also means, you know, when we go and look for a partner, beyond just the paper ticks to say, okay, well educated, good family, all the things that we look for in a marriage, we look for one more thing which is unsaid, and that is chemistry, right? Two people have to be able to communicate, they have to be able to understand, they have to be able to bring complementary thinking. And that is no different between the relationship between an early stage investor and an entrepreneur, right? Because good investors will invest, and you want them to invest money as well as their mind space and time, because that is actually invaluable. I have many companies today that actually reach out to me that you're running a fund, I know you're not angel investing, but please invest even 2 lakhs in my company, and please, so that I can make a call to you, I can ask you, I can take your help. So I think being a good investor and getting a good investor is very important. And how do you get to a good investor is really to first converse, spend time. Just as an investor spends time with an entrepreneur, please spend time with the investor and understand, right? And second is to do a track record check. We as investors do a reference check on entrepreneurs. We do ask them that what have you built in the past? What have you done in the past? Why are you the best person doing this? Please ask the same questions to the investor, and you can always do that. There's no reason not to do it, right? And finally, be very careful that, you know, when do sharks happen? Or when do shark behaviors happen, to correct myself? I think it happens at 2 points. One, when as an investor I get literally greedy about the equity that I take, right? And that is one thing that I think is where sharks become greedy. And once that happens, then they are really pushing the company to achieve more than reality or more than practical that can be achieved. That is a shark behavior. But a good investor behavior will be ambitious, but not unreal, right? And therefore, that is where you have to assess that. And today we are in a very good space, not when we did TIE and IEN, that you have more checks available than none, right? So choose the right investor. Choose an investor who can be your coach and not your captain, right? You don't want him on the field giving you directions, but you want him outside of the field to say, I can go and take guidance from him. That, I think, is the important piece.
I think that's
And-
great advice. That's great advice. I hope everybody is, sort of locking it in here.
And the last point that you asked is, what are we doing for it? I think, so we do two things. One is we do master classes, and we are doing one with Thai. We want to not only grow the tribe of angel investors, but we want to grow the tribe of good angel investors. That's the thing we want to do. And we want to educate them to say, look, these are the stress points that you will face in your journey as an investor. And the second thing we want to do is really have people excited about sectors which are just opening up. Because as an early stage entrepreneur, you would not go, I presume, to do another Flipkart. Because if you did, you'll never survive. Flipkart and Myntra and all of them together will just kill the business. So if you're going to do best of the next venture, then you also want investors who can think like that. So our whole objective is to, yes, increase the tribe of angel investors, but we want to bring these two qualities further so that we create a tribe of good angel investors or value additive angel investors. And I think it's very important because we've seen it at IAN that people like Chris Gopalakrishnan, Sunil Munjal, Saurabh, Raman Roy, all these guys, Sanjeev, all of these guys actually are people who've invested, and their investee companies who are now even moving towards an IPO don't want these guys to exit their cap table, which is a reflection of how valuable they have been in the journey of their companies.
No, I think that's where probably why IAN also stands heads and shoulders above most others, because not only do they focus on their core business of investing, etc., but they are actually seeding the ecosystem to help more founders, but at the same time also get better informed, better educated angel capital into the market as well. So I think we are all very grateful for that. The overall journey has always been sort of going through various cycles of highs and lows, etc. So just wanted to ask you your thoughts with so much experience that you have. What are some of the, in today's environment, in what we are seeing now, both from a funding perspective or the opportunity side, where do you think are the challenges and opportunities that young founders or young audience here should look at and think about as they go forward?
So I think, first of all, for anybody starting up or investing or running a business or running a P&L, including running our own organizations, I think what we need to recognize that over decades and centuries, economies have had these waves of going up and coming down. And it follows this stupid logic of saying what goes up comes down, what comes down goes up. So it's part of life. I think that's the first level of acceptance that needs to come. Then comes the whole point that if you are facing hard times, how do you solve it? The pandemic really was the black swan event of the decade for us, or for the century for us. And I think a lot of companies survived. In IAN portfolio, not a single company actually failed because of pandemic. And we've done some very original things, but you just have to stay standing and be cash focused so that you grow. And I think between Thai and IAN, we were equally impacted, and I think equally we had to take care of our P&Ls, because at the end of the day, we had people, we had salaries to pay, we had rents to pay. So that's the second thing. But I think when we say that it's, and I say this to bring the point up front, is that we're talking a lot about the winter of funding, right? To my mind, it's not the winter of funding, honestly. The issue is a little different. The black swan event happened in 2020, right? But what we don't recognize that there's a bluebird event that has happened in 21, where a lot of funding has happened. There was a whole wave of FOMO within the investor group, within the investor community. Valuations went stupidly sky high. And therefore, there was a lot of money that went out. In the US, about 0.7% of the entire economy went into startups, which was very unnatural, right? And if you look at some of the earlier years before the pandemic, I'm pulling out the pandemic as an exception here. Usually you would say somewhere between 0.3, 0.7, 0.4%, that would have been invested in the US. And when in 22, 23, we are seeing that fall, even in India, it's going back to that level. So to my mind, we're not seeing the winter of funding. You're just coming back to what I would say normalcy. Now, when normalcy happens, when you say winter, you're relating it to summer, right? So you'll obviously say it's dropped, which it has. But so has sanity come into the space. You know, the foam, the fluff, the ridiculous valuations, the ridiculous amount of money raised, and most importantly, the ridiculous amount of money spent stupidly. I think all of that is getting clear. And that's a good thing because I think we're now building what I would say valuable businesses. You know, people have moved towards being more profits focused and all of these things which are happening. So if we are raising money, if you are raising money or you're running a business, I think what doesn't go away, whether you're at the height of the wave or you're at the low of the wave, is cash is king. So if for anybody, not only a startup running a business, I think the focus on cash has to be literally daily. You can't get impacted. And the second piece, I think, is what we have seen at IE and what we've seen at the fund is good businesses with strong foundations, with top lines and bottom lines, thinking of unit economics and contribution margins and gross margins. If you are building a company on those foundations with head down on execution, money will get invested. Investors will come to you. And that, I think, is the mark that if I as an investor, and I don't mean myself, but as an investor, if I'm reaching out to invest in you, I think that's the mark of your business. And that is what I think makes it happen.
Right. So I'm going to ask one last question, which then will lead into the masterclass that Padmaja will take forward from here. If anybody here or any founder wants to reach out to IEN to pitch or to seek funding, what advice would you give them? How should they prepare for it? And how can they come and seek some of your, not just money, but the value that comes with the money that you bring to the table?
So let me take the second question first. It's a simpler question. I think we are very easily accessible through different social media websites. So I think in today's world, it's not difficult to connect. Second, I think the team of IN is extremely focused. Their daily job is to help entrepreneurs. We get many entrepreneurs pitching to us where their business plans are not clear, their pitches are not clear, they are struggling on some numbers, they are struggling on all of that. The team does help them because the idea is that if we can help somebody raise money, there's really no reason not to do it. So once you connect with IEN, there'll be somebody, even if we decline, let me share this. Okay, in the business of investing, you decline much more than you accept. That's the reality. Even when we decline with a reason. Even when we did in 2009 Power of Ideas and we got 37,000 business plans in 29 days, and this is 2009, every single entrepreneur was given a reason why he or she was declined. So I think all I would say is take those inputs seriously because somebody has taken the trouble to go through your business and sort of give you inputs. The second point, which is that when should you come to raise money? I would say, first of all, when you are full-time in your business. You know, no investor is going to invest if you say that if you give me money, I'll start a business. It doesn't happen. So one is when you're full-time in your business. Second, when you have a product which is got some sort of endorsement from a customer. It could be a paid pilot, it could be an order, it could be somebody who's willing to write a check as a revenue for your product. That is the second thing. Third is where you have at least the key people amongst the founders or more, which is ready to start, it can take the company forward to the next level on right away. And you have some identified customers. Identified customers again doesn't mean that you need a purchase order. If you have something like that, it's huge. But at least you know who you're going to talk to and who has said, okay, I'll give you this order if you come back with this product.
Great. So, it's been a pleasure for me to talk to you, Padmaja.
Pleasure has been.
Thanks. I'm always amazed and I always get to learn and the clarity that you have in terms of what you've been doing and where you're going. And also the fact that the tons of experience is so valuable for all of us. We all have takeaways from what we hear from you. I hope all of you have enjoyed the conversation. We have the TIE team here. My colleagues are here. So if there's anything that you all want to know more or connect with later from TIE or IN, please do let us know. We'd be more than happy to help. TIE has, about 58 chapters in 14 countries. We represent the Delhi NCR chapter here, but if you're from any part of the country, we'd be more than happy to engage with you and help in any way we can. Do we want to take questions now or do we want to take it during the masterclass?
Just team.
A couple of questions if anybody wants to ask something. Padmaja is, while she's here, she's also the most sought after and not easily available. So if there's any
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
So, yes, please.
If I'm wearing sneakers, then it's not true.
Hi, good morning to both of you and namaste. Padmaji, I have seen you and how active you are on Startup India also. And that is how I have connected with you and read about you. So
Thank you.
And what I want to know is that from you, that I am a startup also. So what do you see when you invest or mentor a startup? So I want it from your perspective, not from a men. I want from a women to a women perspective. What do you see there?
So,
because women run a little more on emotions and a little more, slightly more, and then the men what they see. Thank you.
So let me divide that question, the response to that question in two. One as an investor and one as a woman. I'd like to leave the investor part for the next part of this of the session because Ty wants me to do a kind of masterclass and my idea was to bring out the 4 or 5 key things that you should have when you start to fundraise. So I'll leave that part. And to be honest, if I wear purely the hat of an investor, the reality is we have to be very clinical about things and we have to sort of park the emotions. But what is important is not only from a women to woman perspective, but also woman to person perspective. I think we hold a higher level just purely because we are a woman, purely because of our genetics. There's a very high level of empathy that we bring in. And it's easier from a woman to woman because one is a woman, that there is an understanding of empathy and an understanding of what it would have taken for somebody to do that, for a woman to come out and start a venture. And when we start, when we start talking, or at least when I start talking to a startup, I do keep that as a filter in my mind. But I don't let it to be very candid and honest that, okay, this is where there are pieces that need to be strengthened, or this is where there's a background that is playing and this needs to be plugged with either mentoring or bringing in other people into the team. But ultimately, that is taken into consideration in the investment decision, that if these gaps are plugged, then this becomes an investable. It doesn't happen very clearly just because I am a woman that I would say, okay, I would go and invest in another woman. So that's the reason I invest in gender diverse portfolio. That's how I look at it. I hope I've answered one part
Yeah,
of your
because
question.
this part actually, to a certain level, if you handhold and get the business to be investable, that is also more than enough for a
True
woman.
that. True that.
Yeah, so that is more than enough for
True
any.
that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning, ma'am. So I don't have any question, but I have a request for you. So we are from Srujan Entrepreneurship Development and Incubation Center of Sri Balaji University, Pune. We recently started our incubation center, and we are currently helping out our students only for getting up with their ideas and to go ahead with that. So my request is about connecting with you, both of you. So maybe we can connect with Thai Pune chapter. I think it must be there, and IN to go to collaborate for our incubation center.
So I think, to be honest, you should connect with the ground chapter, which is Thai Pune, and Geetika herself, actually, she underplays what she has done. One of the things she's done is she has mentored a lot of the Thai chapters in the country and maybe outside also, which I don't know of. So how you can architect your relationship between the incubator and a Thai chapter, I think that's the first step she could help you with. And I do know that there are also angels sitting in Pune, both IN and otherwise, so Thai can actually bring them in. And if there are companies, if there are entrepreneurs who take this as a full-time, take their startups full-time and they start raising money in a serious way, absolutely do connect with IN. Thai can help you connect that also. They do a whole lot of events, and I'm sure the Thai team and Geetika can sort of elaborate on that.
Thank you.
No, I think absolutely we'd be more than happy to help. I think you all are playing a key role at the institutional level to nurture that spirit of entrepreneurship and create a mindset of entrepreneurship, leadership. So we value that and we'd be very happy to work closely with you. So we'll definitely connect. I think I'll just conclude by saying that, sometimes in the morning, all of us wake up with self-doubt, with, wondering, am I doing the right thing? Is it worth doing? Kind of, tired about taking the next step out of bed. But if you love what you do, it will keep the spirit going. It will make you jump out and do more and more for whatever you're passionate about. So do focus on what you love and work on that. Uh, uh, you know, the biggest examples I would say is that if we could do it, so can you, So, and I'm sure you'll go on to build bigger successes. More power to all of you. Thank you for being here with us today. Just the fact that you're sitting here in the morning of a Saturday morning, listening to this and being part of it shows that there is that spirit in you that enjoys this, and that we wish you all the very best. Please do continue for the masterclass, which will be absolutely invaluable. So thank you, Padmaja, and thank you for all of you for being here as our audience.
Thank you very much.
about everything that you want to know for funding. So I don't have to introduce Padmaja again. She's going to talk about angel investors and funds purview. So are you ready for it? Excited? Okay, so can we bring in some energy? Can we just applaud for her because she's come all the way and is here to share everything that she has learned over time and to share everything about her knowledge and give it out here. So one more time, let's just clap for her really well, okay? So give her some energy. So thank you, Ruparel.
Can you hear me? Okay. So I'm going to be really brief so that it's about 45 minutes. Huh? Okay. So I'm going to try and be very brief, really cull out 5 or 6 points and then open it up for questions. The topic that was asked of me was to say, what do investors look for? So I'm going to use 5 P's, okay? And the 6th point I'll leave till the last. So when you start out a business, you need to figure out when you're starting out, have a background that whatever you do has to stand on its 2 feet. It has to be something which is not akin or exactly the same that large companies are doing. And that's what a startup does. Because unless you think like that, think of innovation, think of disruption, you will not really get a startup which is going to scale, because logic tells you that a small company gets gobbled up by a large one, so you can't be doing the same thing. So that's the first thing that I want to put as a backgrounder, and then start with the 5 P's. So the first P to my mind is problem. You need to identify and get really, really into the depth of what is one problem that you want to solve. Unless you have a real problem that you think you can solve, your business is never going to be on strong foundations. Right? So you can take any problem. I'm just going to mention a few just to illustrate, but doesn't mean it's limited to that. You could solve the problem of sanitation, you could solve a problem of agriculture, you could solve a problem of social media for all I care, right? But it has to be a problem which is being faced by a user who's willing to pay for a solution. That is what it is, right? That problem, if you can solve, you will have a ground for a real strong foundation company. Because that problem ensures that your solution becomes a need to have and not a nice to have. So that's the importance of identifying that problem, and it has to be done very sharply. You have to then start solving for that problem. Therefore, your second P is product. To solve that problem, what is the product that you are building? Now you can name you can name it as a solution, you can call it a proposition, you can call it service offering, all of that. Just making it easy to say, you need to then think of the product that will solve this problem. That product has to have certain characteristics. It needs to have a very, very sharp differentiator, which means that you don't see it happening elsewhere. Because only then will people start using that product. People will start buying that product. Competition will find it difficult to break it. And you keep evolving that product so that it stays ahead of the curve. Second, as I mentioned earlier, it needs to be a need to have rather than a nice to have. What is a need to have, a nice to have? I'll tell you in a very simple way. Today, if I go and buy a very expensive, let's say a sari from a boutique, I mean, is that a need for me? If I didn't have it, would my life continue? Yes, it would. right? And that's why that boutique is still a boutique business and not scaled up. But if I needed a shirt and I needed to buy it's something I need every day. I need to wear a shirt to get going, right? And therefore, any shop or any manufacturer making shirts is going to make money because it's a need to have. I will go and buy 5 shirts every 2 months and I might not buy a nice sari from a boutique for many years. So that's the difference between need to have and a nice to have, right? Third, is that product really going to be solving the problem? Therefore, who are you catering becomes very important, right? I'll give you another example. IIT Kharagpur, I had seen a product which had a retrofittable device on cycles, okay, which when you are cycling, the cyclist's speed increased, okay, and he could get further faster. Now when I asked him, I said, so who is going to use this? Ma'am, rickshaw wala itne khade hain, kitni mehnat karte hain, wo ye kharidenge and they'll be able to go do many more trips. True that. But does that rickshaw wala have the money to buy that retrofittable device? नहीं, वो तो नहीं है. तो फिर कौन खरीदेगा? जो रिक्शा जिसका होता है. So in the rickshaw business, the rickshaw wala usually don't own the rickshaw. The rickshaw is owned by someone else and they sort of let it out for $100, $150 per day kind of thing. So I said, why would he buy? He's still going to get $100, $150. The rickshaw wala is not going to give him $300. He says, हाँ वो भी नहीं होगा. So you have to identify that whose problem are you solving, right? So, or you change the product. If you want to make the rickshaw wala's life easier, then make that product so cheap that it gets fixed in every rickshaw. So you really need to think very, very sharply about your product. And second part of that is, as you scale, as your customers use it, you will see competition coming in. Your customers will start asking you for additional functionalities, additional development. So if you have a product which you are building, how are you going to develop that product as you evolve and scale? So that's your number 2 that you need to think about. Third is really the potential. What is the potential market size of this product that you are building your business around? How big is the market? So I get a lot of entrepreneurs who are saying, this is a $10 billion market worldwide. Are you going to reach the world, right? So what's your target market? What's your accessible market? So what's your potential market? Who is that market comprised of? Who is the customer? So let me give you another example. You have an HR tech product. Who is the customer? What does a customer mean? Is the customer mean who's going to use that product? Or is the customer going to mean who's going to agree to pay for that product? For you as an entrepreneur, the customer is the person who's going to pay for that product. You don't care who uses it. You only care that is the user going to be able to use it properly. So a good product which a user finds useful doesn't mean that you will make a sale. So you need to identify the customer. So if you are going and selling an HR product in a company, you may demonstrate it with the HR director or head. You may go to the CEO and says, this is a great product. He says, हाँ हाँ ये तो बहुत अच्छा है, employees का सारा information आ जाएगा. But the IT guy says, the finance guy says, yeah, we have a budget, we can थोड़ा देख सकते. But if the IT guy says that I cannot integrate this product in my system, you don't have a sale. So you need to figure out who is your customer, right? That is why if you notice, a lot of baby products are actually targeted to children's products. They are not targeted to parents because they know the child is going to cry and create a problem for the parents who will then go and buy it. So who's the decision maker? It's the child actually, right? So I think that is what the potential means. Who's your potential customer? What's your potential market size? How are you going to access that customer base? How are you going to convert them, which is what we call in our parlance the sales strategy, the customer acquisition strategy, identifying the customer, how are you going to get there? All of that falls into this potential. And I'm going fast in the interest of time, but each of these are quite deep if you have to work on it. Fourth thing is, how are you going to deliver the product? So how does that product become a promise? Right? Getting a sales order is not enough. You will only get revenues when you deliver the product, you integrate the product, the customer starts seeing benefits out of the product, it sees benefits exactly the way you have promised, then he is going to pay you what he has promised. Right? So you have to work towards the promise now of delivering that promise. So that becomes your whole piece on delivery, which means how is it going to get manufactured, how is it going to get developed, what is the subcontracting. So let's say you're doing a manufacturing or a hardware or a D2C product. Where are you going to manufacture it? How are you going to develop it? How are you going to safeguard your algorithms and your formulas? What is your subcontracting? How are you going to choose the subcontracting? Are there any accreditations or approvals required, FSSAI or something else, right? If it's a medtech product, do you need an FDA compliance? Do you need a CEA compliance? All of that is part of the promise. That's all your delivery piece that you need to work on. How is it going to move from your premises to someone else's premises? Is it going to be cloud-based? Is it going to be SaaS-based? Is it a box that is going to reach? What is the logistics behind it? What happens if the box doesn't reach intact? Is there an after-sales component? All of this is what is promised. Because all of this is the path to deliver the promise that you have given to the customer to say, my product is the best, use it and pay me. Correct? That's why it becomes a promise. And then, for the promise to work for you, you have to ensure that you collect the payment. You collect your revenues. Only then does the promise complete for you. Otherwise, the promise is outstanding. Right? All of that becomes the delivery piece, and that's why execution becomes so important. After we look at all of this, we come to the fourth piece, is people. Who are the people behind this? If this is a biotech product, why are these two founders the best thing after sliced bread to do this venture? What domain expertise do they have? What experience do they have? What academics do they have? What have they done in their previous life? How are they thinking about this? How are the two gelling? In the earlier session, I talked about chemistry. We also look for chemistry between the founders. Because entrepreneurship is a very, very difficult career path. You'll have weeks of strife and 1 day, 1 hour of elation. Right? And those who are entrepreneurs will recognize this. It's a very, very tough path. So unless you and your co-founder have a great chemistry, you can't walk that difficult path. So we look for that chemistry. We look for, are they capital efficient, or are they kind of not capital efficient, right? These are things that we worry about as investors. How are they thinking? And I'll give you one more example. I was planning to meet 2 entrepreneurs. So I called them in a coffee shop. It just so happened that I was near a Starbucks. So I said, listen, I'm here, why don't you come? The first guy comes and I said, why don't you order coffee? So he says, I want this coffee with this added, that added. He made a very nice coffee, I must admit. And when the coffee came, he returned it to say, this coffee doesn't work. It doesn't have A, B, C, D. So got it. He didn't like the coffee. The next guy came. after an hour. He says, ma'am, आप Starbucks में क्यों बैठे हो? पास ही में तो उडुपी का coffee shop है. चलिए वहाँ पैसे क्यों बर्बाद करें? That one sentence tells you everything that you need to know about that entrepreneur. There's so many examples I've had. I've given a term sheet, walked out of the office, gone to the airport, taken a flight to Bangalore. As I was boarding, I find the entrepreneur to whom I had given the term sheet. He was sitting in business class, I was going to go in economy. Tells you everything, right? All I had to do was pick up my phone and tell my team cancel the term sheet. Because investors are investing very high risk, at a very high risk stage. Every rupee is 10 times the value that it really is. They don't want it to be wasted. You don't want an entrepreneur to go use that money to fly business when he can fly economy, right? So these are things that are tested out. Reference checks are done. There are lots of what happens if you're in this situation, how will you handle it? These are things that you will see as an entrepreneur, that an investor will ask, because he's sussing it out. When we invest, honestly, and to be very, very candid without being disrespectful to entrepreneurs here, the stage at which we invest, there's actually nothing there. There's a product, and there may be 1 or 2 orders. That's about it. As angels, that's what we look for, right? If it was much more developed, a VC fund would come in, the valuations would be very different, and angels would not come in at that valuation, right? So the only thing we are betting on are the 2 founders who are standing there. So the bet on the people is very important. I don't know how many of you know this, how many of you have heard of this organization, company called Avendus? Okay, Avendus is a very major investment banker. Now they are in billions of dollars today. But when they started, they were called coolgarage.com, coolstartups.com, way back in 2000. And with the dot-com bust, they actually would have died. It was just because those founders decided they did not have money for next week. When they decided that we can't let this go. And they had very good mentors. Saurabh was one mentor, Srivastav, who was their VC fund investor. They sat down over the weekend and they actually conceptualized this investment bank for the technology industry. And today it's Avendus, right? And it's a multi-billion-dollar organization. It's publicly listed, NBFC, etc. But it was those 3 guys, Gaurav, Ranu, and Kaushal, who made it happen. So the bet on the people becomes that important that a failing business can actually become a huge success. So that's why people becomes very, very important. And finally, I think profit. What do your financials look like? We all understand as investors that today you will not have revenues or you'll be making heavy losses. We understand that. And that's why you're raising money, because you have the burn. But the point is, how long are you going to keep burning money? When are you going to become break even? When do you need next round money? How are you looking at your cash flows? Many, many times, I don't know how many times I've looked at startup entrepreneurs' Excel sheets, which they send to me. I don't even read the columns on the right. I first look at the column on the left, which gives each line item of revenue and each line item of expense. What I'm trying to do, how deep has this person thought about his business? What has he thought about? What has he left out? Right? So I would look for saying you are in a manufacturing business, you've not talked about a generator expense. Right? So we look at very different things to assess whether you're investable or not. So please, when you are building your business plans, when you're thinking through your numbers, when you're thinking through your operations, your sales, make sure you have every line item there. And you don't miss out any revenue line and you don't miss out any expense line. Because then you'll be having surprises. Even if we don't invest and you are still running that business, you will face questions and you will face surprises which will be hard to handle, right? We'll ask for cash flows. We want to know, how are you building the company? How well have you thought through the cash flows? If you're asking for 2 crores today, is this business going to keep burning money, or at some point it's going to turn around? And what's that point? Because the next round money, VCs, they typically use only a part of their money for burn, and most of the money they want is for growth. So that becomes your profit in some ways. So these are the 5 or 6 key points. I'll just repeat: problem, product, potential, promise, people, and profit. If you keep these 6 P's in mind, I think you will almost, and you can think through each of them, develop a business plan and a business thinking around each of them deep enough. I think you start becoming investor. And the last one, which I sort of left out of the P, is to say valuation, which is a question I'm always asked. I think what you need to think about first before you go to an investor is, do you want to raise money? You don't need to build a business just to raise money. You don't need to, when you get external money, remember, we are all investing in the shares of the company. Our model of getting returns is we would buy at 100 rupees and expect a return at 100 rupees per share, and we would expect that when we exit, the share price is at 10,000 rupees. That's our expectation. Real or unreal, that's the reality, that our expectation. If you have to achieve that, your revenue has to be a hockey stick growth. You can't have a gentle slope. There is no reason you should do a hockey stick growth, have an aggressive, crazy lifestyle to achieve it if you don't want to do it. You can have a small business and still be happy. There are many businesses that ran like that, right? So take a lifestyle call. Do you want external money? Do you want to be aggressive business, or you want to be a nice cash-giving, dividend-giving business? It's still okay. But if you opt for the first and you want to come and raise money, then remember a few things. You will have investors sitting as shareholders. So they become co-owners in your business. They will be in your business. They will be in your board. They will be asking you and targeting you to achieve revenues and profits and users and customers and all the good things. They will be giving you good advice on strategy. Are you ready to do that? That's a big question that you need to ask yourself. And if you want to do all that and you want to raise money, then I think it's absolutely imperative that you understand the value of your own business. How do you arrive, and how do you even understand network, talk to entrepreneurs from your space, talk to mentors, talk to a lot of people, and you'll get some answers. Ultimately, what happens is when investors at early stage invest, they are also taking a punt. There are different ways of valuation, but some of the ways we do is look at mark to market, we look at a multiple of your revenue if there is, or how much equity do I want to hold to be engaged in this business? What is sufficient? If I'm going to hold only 1% equity, I don't want to spend time with you. And then it's not worth it for me to invest. If I get a minimum of, let's say, 10 or 15%, then yes, I would. So I think these are the thoughts that go through an investor. The investor also thinks, while you're pitching, what kind of returns will I get if I invest? When will I get returns? And how will I get returns? Those are the 3 questions that an investor is thinking quietly as you are pitching. And that is something you should be addressing in your pitch, to say, this is why I think you should invest. This is the kind of money you think you need and you should invest. This is how you'll get a return. It can be a strategic acquisition, it can be next round investment or whatever. And we think that your investment will come back to you with a multiple of so much in, let's say, 3 years, 5 years or something. Then you are really targeting the investor right. And finally, on valuation, just to leave the last piece, is we do look at how much money has been invested by the entrepreneur, how has he built his team, is there any shares or ESOP that he has parked for his team? Because you can't build a large business on your own. God unfortunately has made sure that none of us can stand alone to do anything on our own. You always need some people. Geetika said this very, very well earlier, that you need a village to raise a baby, you need a village to raise your business baby, right? So how are you engaging people? Becomes very important. And the size of the pie becomes very important than the share of the pie. If you hold 100% of the shares, you can only do 3 times, 4 times. That's about it on your own. You can't do it more than that on your own. But if you share the size, some shares with your CFO, with your CEO, or whoever, with your co-founder, you create an ESOP. Now you may only have 70% of the pie, but that 70% can be 10x, 15x. In our case, we've seen it as 50x, right? So building a size of the pie is much, much more important than taking the share of the pie. So on that note, I will stop so that we have some time for question answers. But this is a very top level, quick masterclass that I tried to put together. We do hold more, and any of y'all can come. And I know Ty also holds quite a few. Those are much more detailed. It goes through a couple of hours. But in the interest of time and where we are, I thought I'll just summarize it. So any questions are welcome.
Hi ma'am, I am Aman Chauhan from Cluebot Tech Labs. So we provide GPT powered workflow on WhatsApp. मैम मेरा क्वेश्चन ये है कि आपने अभी की पॉइंट्स बताए कि एक इन्वेस्टर एक बिजनेस में स्टार्टअप में क्या क्या देखता है. मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि एक स्टार्टअप को इन्वेस्टर में क्या क्या चीज़ें देखनी चाहिए, क्या क्या की पॉइंट्स देखने चाहिए.
पहले तो उसके पास पैसे है कि नहीं. Because there are a lot of people who just give advice on against equity. That's why I'm saying it. So you need to decide whether you need advice or you need advice plus money. So you need to figure out whether the investor has money. Second, look at the track record of the investor. Is he something you think will be able to help you, or is it a network that has invested in a sector agnostic, lot of sectors? Then they can help you because they will have investors who will have that domain expertise. Third is, do you have a chemistry? In the previous session, we talked about chemistry between entrepreneurs and investors. I mean, if you don't like the look of your investor, you're not going to do meetings and it's going to be of no use. So you need to also figure out, बात कर सकते हो, छोटी-छोटी problems लेके आप जा सकते हो. And it's important for you, and it's important to be able to do that. You should be a friend, right? And finally, you need to assess, actually, that is this an investor who is a very aggressive investor, who's going to be very domineering, who's going to become more your captain. Then you don't want him in the field. You want him in the dugouts to be there to help you, right? You want him to be a coach. So these are the kind of things you should look for.
Thank you.
Hi ma'am, I'm back again. So we have a startup by the name of Be Show Buddy. We are into mobility care. So in the process of getting funds and going to investors and to other things, in the last 2.5 years, we have become sustainable in ourselves. So now the process is about the growth and the next stage. So what I want to ask you is that should we go for more of debts that the bank gives, because there are schemes that the bank gives, or we go to fund, could be any angel seed, whatever. So what would you advise us at this stage to do?
So I will make it a little more general instead of just specific to you. So I am an equity investor. That's what I do as a living. my advice to all entrepreneurs, if you can build your business on customer revenues, please do that. Please don't get any kind of external funding. That's the best way to build your business. You'll build a business which is, you will have control completely. You're not looking over your shoulder. You're not giving out EMIs to your loans. The best way to build is on customer revenues. That's number one. Next, if you can get grants in some companies, some sectors, you get grants, please take that. But remember, there are no free lunches in life.
Yeah.
So if you take grants, there will be some paybacks. For instance, it'll take time for grants to come. You will have to show utilization certificates. You will have to do certain things for the grantor. So that's a second option. Then is take debt. Because when you take debt, you know that this is what you will pay back, number one. Number two, so you can manage your cash flows. Number two, your return percentage is capped. If you're taking loan at 15%, 18%, 20%, whatever, but you know that I'm only going to give a return of this much percent, right? Number three, the debt guy will not sit on your board.
Yes.
He will not interfere in your business. And finally, if you don't get any of this, then go to angels and VCs.
The thoughts that I got from elsewhere, that is why I wanted to put up this question to you, was that the banks and the debt giving companies do not help you scale up to that level. I mean, beyond a certain point, you're looking at your investor also to help you to scale to the 10x
so
or
if you
20.
need that, then yes, you take part debt, part equity. You can do hybrid. You don't have to take one or the other. You can take both.
Both.
Yeah. You can get advisors who may not invest in your company. You can give them some equity and they'll come and advise. So again, they don't sit on the board. They'll not push you for things. So it's up to you. That's the beauty of early stage businesses, right? It's more of an art than a science.
Yeah, but the art should be well painted. Thank you.
Okay? I think we're done. Okay, on that note, thank you very much for listening to me, spending time. I hope it's been... Okay, just thank you, everybody. I can be connected through TIE. The TIE guys have all my contacts. And if you want to connect with IN, we are all on the website, social media, so feel free to connect. Thank you very much.
I think that calls for a bigger round of applause. So I want to ask you, what are the 5 Ps? Does anybody remember? The 6 Ps or the 7 Ps or whatever? So let's just hear it one more time. So the first P, problem. Yes, we have to have a problem that we are solving, isn't it? The second P, product. Very well. Padmaja, they have been very good students, right? And the third P, potential. The fourth one, the promise. The fifth one, people. The sixth one, the profit. And the seventh one, sorry? There were only 6, but I want a 7th one from you. What do you think could be another P here which we can add when we are talking about business, getting investors, promoting something? Yes? Product ho gaya? Planning, yes, planning. Sorry? Price? The price, okay, the price of the product? Possibilities? Sorry? Promotion, yes. Sorry? Sorry? Payback, like a reward or like, okay, paybacks. Anything else? Padmaja. Okay, Padmaja. And I will add one very important thing that I have learned as an entrepreneur. My journey in entrepreneurship started just about 2.5 years ago. And I have learned if you don't have passion, I don't think that you will get anywhere, right? So I think passion is a very big P here. And I would love that all you young and the old and not so old people drive everything with passion. So thank you, Padmaja. That was fantastic. So one more time. All right. So I think we have had a great session. We have another masterclass. Amit, are we ready for it? Amit, is the masterclass going to happen right now? No? Sorry?
Uh, and the focus is we expect the startup to have some traction. The product market fit has to happen and some traction. And then from there we would love to then take it to the next thing. The second fund I represent is a VC fund, which is 3 lines VC from Denver. Has 3 themes. One is future of business, future of enterprise, and future of industry. Again, a technology, AI, blockchain, Web3. And important is that startup should have at least a revenue of $1 to $5 million. And more critically also, it should be a painkiller startup. The difference between a painkiller and a vitamin startup is a painkiller you need morphine. So immediate interest of the customer, right? And vitamin starter is nice to have, productive, but the customers will take some time. So that's some of the key discussions, all right? Thank you. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, hi everyone. Today, very bad throat I have. Just spare me for that. So, we are Alpha Value Ventures. We have the angel network, and the angels sitting here in India as well as in Los Angeles. And we typically look at, in the seed stage funding round, we look at, and what is the factor we look at? Something which you are problem solving, and which is scalable in nature, and tech enabled. So these are the 3 factors majorly, and then who being the founder, and what is the background of the founder. That is the segment. And typical range where we invest is 1 to 5 CR, and this is a typical size that we look at. And something, the founder which can challenge the status quo, and something which you can say that I've been able to disrupt the market, and that is where we look at. Okay, I don't take much time. Thank you.
Hello everyone. So I'm Prashant Narang from Agility Ventures. I represent 2 funds. One is an angel fund, which is Agility Ventures Fund. It is early stage investing, seed to pre-series A, check sizes from 75 lakhs to 4 crores. And sector agnostic, definitely tech-enabled companies, and we look at companies which are the post-market fit. They have to have some revenue. That is one. The other fund is Fluid Ventures, which is a D2C focused fund. And there the criteria is that it definitely has to be a D2C company. And the revenue has to be minimum MRR of 50 lakhs. That is the criteria there. And these 2 funds, both are early stage. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is Dhruv from Anicut Capital. I am representing the early stage practice. We are a multi-asset financial institution, interest in debt, equity. Within equity, we've got an early stage angel fund and a growth stage fund. I am part of the early stage team. Cumulative AUM of about 3,000 crore across 110 companies like Bira, Lending Card, Neiman's, McAfee, XYXX. Angel fund side, how we differentiate is that as a team, we take full ownership of the company from start to finish till we are holding shares in the company. And every company, we first invest our money, personal capital in it. Using this model, we've in the past 3.5 years scaled to about 55 odd companies, 40 crore of the team's own money. Our thesis is simple. It's founder oriented, founder driven. If we like a founder, our basic thesis is come in fairly early and exit along with the founders. That's why you see we've got a large debt fund, early stage equity and growth equity, so that even if there are ways through which we can partner with the founders for a fairly long term. Team of 23 people. I'm along with my colleagues Samarth and Harsh here. We are looking forward to interacting with all of you, and thank you so much to the organizers as well for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Hi, this is Sahil. I represent Amity Capital Ventures. So basically, we're an investment entity and we're also an incubator based out of Noida. We, we started in 2008. So when it comes to, investments and incubation, we were sector agnostic. When we specifically talk about investments through Amity Capital Ventures, we generally, lead the round when it comes to healthcare, fintech, edtech, and food tech. And obviously, we're, as I said, we're sector agnostic in terms of, in other investments wherein we may not lead the round. But one mandate we have is that, generally there has to be certain tech involved in the, business and a strong team, strong founding team. And generally, we invest from a seed to a pre-series A up to a series A. So that that is where we generally invest. Thank you.
Hi, good evening everyone. This is Vansh Oberoi. I'm the CIO of Venture Catalyst. So just to give you some sense of Venture Catalyst, so we started in 2016 as an integrated incubator, and whatever we incubate, we necessarily fund them. Over the last 7 years, the whole platform has evolved to becoming India's first multi-stage VC fund. We have investments in over 350 startups now. We have 3 VC funds that are part of our group, together managing almost $500 million worth of capital that's committed to the group. We have the 3 VC funds that we have. One is a sector agnostic early stage fund called 9 Unicorns. And then there are 2 Series B and Series C stage funds. One is Beams, which is a fintech focused fund, and one is Elevate Venture Partners, which is growth stage fund. So as a group, I think the focus is a lot on early stage investing. And what's our USP? We work very closely post-investment with our portfolio companies. And hence our original pitch always was to be an integrated incubator, funding everything that we were incubating. Sector agnostic, some of marquee investments include companies like BharatPay, Innovate, Find, Super Daily, Blue Smart, Zip Electric. So all these are companies that we have invested from the first round and supported them as they have grown and matured. So that's who we are, and happy to connect with as many founders as possible. In fact, I also have my colleague, Mr. Anil Taneja, who is also part of the crowd. Anilji, if you can just raise your hand so that... so I think please feel free to connect with us, and happy to meet all of you and support in whatever capacity we can. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Navjot Kaur. I'm Associate Director at Epic Capital. Epic Capital is a growth and later stage venture capital fund in our country. We recently raised 225 million, and together we have an AUM of 300 million. We have invested in companies like Lenskart, Daily Hunt, CultFit, Park Plus, Pristine Care, etc. We believe that India digital is a very large opportunity, and India tech this decade is actually going to probably reach somewhere around 5 trillion optimistically, and that's interesting because last decade India digital grew 20x, and this decade, if we just think about 10x growth, we would be able to achieve that number, a 5 trillion economy number, digital economy number. And if you look at the Nifty 50 today, in the coming years, in the coming decade, a large portion of the Nifty 50 could be digital companies that are being built today in our country, right? Because of the digitalization wave, we don't think that the companies tomorrow would only be a unicorn or worth 2 billion or 3 billion, but these companies could be worth, potentially 50 billion plus in market cap, like potentially a nifty 50 company, the digital companies that we have, building today. And we want to invest in those kind of companies, which that kind of outlier kind of returns. And we are already seeing a lot of them grow, and very similar trends that we saw in India, in the US, in the China a few years ago in the same sectors, technology leading the way. And that's the kind of investment thesis we have. And happy to answer more questions and meet in person. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's AJ Anubhav Jain. I'm a director at Accelerator Ventures, and I'm also a UK deal maker for the UK government, where we help startups in going to the UK and expanding there as well. So you can contact me for both sort of opportunities. At Accelerator Ventures, we invest in early stage, growth stage startups anywhere between $25,000 to about $1 million. That's what our sort of sweet spot is. We're also sector agnostic, so if anyone wants to kind of like know more, feel free to catch me. And yeah, our last investment was in BlueSmart, so that's one of the investments we've done quite a while back, but now we're looking at our new portfolio as well. So happy to have conversations with everyone, and thank you for inviting me, guys.
Hello everyone, this is Sayam Jain from Share India Capital Services, and we are into pre-IPO and IPO companies. In the last 6 months, we have helped raise 9 companies around 500 CR from the exchanges, and the companies are well listed and doing very well. So we are also a sector agnostic fund, investing through our AIF and our investment banking funds. Currently, we are looking for companies which are actually having at least a revenue of 10 to 12 CR and are profitable companies, because when we are going through SME companies, it's a mandate that we need some profitable companies. So companies looking to expand for a greater level, looking to raise funds to expand their capacities and have crossed their product market fit are welcomed. And we are here, you can catch up us there for the companies to invest. Thank you.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Addison. I represent a Singapore headquartered VC called Thinkuvate. We invest in early stage tech and tech-enabled startups, 18 portfolio companies spread across Singapore, US, and India. We are looking for more investments in India, especially on the tech side. We have also applied for a SEBI license, so the new fund in India will be operational by early next year. So I'm here to talk to all of the startups, and it will be great to know you all. Thanks.
Yeah, hello everyone. This is Ashish from IVCap Ventures. So we are one of the India's largest homegrown venture capital fund, primarily investing at Series A stage. We have a 2,000 crore venture capital firm based out of India. It's a third fund from which we are investing right now. The firm started in 2012. The first 2 funds from which we have generated some of the winners, such as Purple, Clovia, Birani by Kilo. Bluestone is also one of our investment which is doing well. From this fund, we are primarily investing at Series A stage. An average check size of 50 crores, which is a completely sector agnostic investment. We invest in D2C brands, marketplaces, SaaS, and everywhere else. We have recently launched our seed stage program as well, where we are supporting slightly less mature companies, where we are investing up to $500,000. And that's primarily focused on deep tech and IP-led disruption companies. So happy to chat with as many founders as possible. Thank you very much.
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Rahul Chadha. I'm here representing Cactus Venture Partners. We are a new fund. We are a $100 million fund. And we normally come in after the product market fit has been established. So there'll be Series A if you were to force fit any industry nomenclature. Again, we're not looking to do lot of investments from this. We are very focused, looking at around 10, 15 odd investments from this. We've already done 6, so there's 9 more to go. But that said, we are very focused on founders, very focused on TAM and revenue retention and unit economics. Happy to chat with as many founders as possible. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abhishek. I am representing IAN Group, which is Indian Angel Network, the Bio Angels for biotechnology and life sciences focus, and the Alpha Fund, which is growth stage opportunities. I primarily look at the early stage focus, which is startups looking to raise pre-seed to pre-series A kind of opportunities, sector agnostic. Roughly, our ticket size would be a sweet spot of 3 to 4 crores. I'm happy to talk to founders who are working on some interesting opportunities with growth IP levers, great GTM talent, and some relentless unit economics. Primarily, my background is from B2B SaaS, so I understand that space really well. But I'm very excited to talk to more clean tech solutions, more life sciences-based opportunities, biotechnology, alternative materials. So these are some areas where I'm very excited to explore further. Blue ocean economies, green economy. So if you're around working on these domains, please hit me up. I'm sitting right there. You can find me in the booth. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's great to meet so many smart, talented people here. So thank you so much for having me. My name is Shelja. I'm from W Health Ventures. So I'll kick off with a quick introduction about the fund. We're a $100 million healthcare-focused fund. And our thesis largely revolves around 2 areas. The first being vertically integrated models that are focusing on areas such as diabetes, mental health, sexual health, obesity, pain management, etc. And the second is tech and AI healthcare solutions and services that are either for India or rest of the world. Talking about some of the numbers, in the last 3 years, we've invested in about 12 companies, 8 in India and 4 in the US. We are very focused on supporting our founders throughout their journey. So we're right there for ideations, for developing new GTM strategies, for helping them hire the right talent. And we largely invest in pre-series A to post-series A sort of companies with check sizes between $2 to $5 million. So if anybody is working on any healthcare solutions and we haven't spoken so far, I'll be there and happy to chat. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sandro Stephen. I am representing Green Trunk Ventures. We're primarily looking at investing early stage companies. This is a new age investor network of about 150 investors and family offices and ultra HNIs who kind of come in and kind of do large checks per deal. We do minimum check size of 5 lakhs. The check investment per deal is 50 lakhs to about 5 crores that we do. We also support pre-series A deals, which comprises of a quorum of ultra HNIs and family offices which comes together. Happy to engage and look at more companies. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Girish Shivani. I am a founding partner at an early stage deep tech fund called Your Nest. We basically do deep tech investments as first round of institutional capital, seed, pre-series A. Sweet spot is $500,000 to $1.5 million to start with. For us, deep tech has 2 legs to it. One is this entire hardware side, which is around sensors, wearables, robotics, and semiconductors. And on the software side, on these cutting edge technologies like artificial intelligence, distributed ledger technologies, immersive technologies, etc. Happy to meet anybody who's in the process of raising early stage capital. We are now deploying from our 3rd fund, which is a 500 crore vehicle. We've already made 10 investments from there, and we will end up with about 20 in that portfolio. So happy to speak to anybody who's in the market to raise capital at an early stage and working on deep tech B2B products out of India.
Hi guys, my name is Ridesh. I'm from Advantage. Advantage is basically a seed fund that focuses on the automotive and mobility ecosystems. We've been investing since 2015. So when I say automotive mobility, it is basically anything to do with shared mobility, anything to do with electric vehicles, anything to do with connected technologies, with autonomous technologies. And anything else that makes the auto value chain or the logistic ecosystems more efficient. Like I said, we focus on the seed stage, so check size is maybe $500,000 to $1 million. Lot of focus right now is on the electrification piece. So obviously India is now seeing uptick in sale of electric vehicles, and we think the government is targeting a 30% penetration of EVs by 2030. And so there's a large opportunity there to solve for multiple things in the value chain there. And also to make this penetration possible, there are a lot of changes required on the grid side, because you cannot have such large amount of electric vehicles without solutions being built on the energy side. And so that's broadly the focus of the fund. So anybody building in these directions, happy to chat. I'm available. Thanks.
Good evening, everyone. Hi, everybody. It's pouring money here, isn't it? Lot of investors, lot of new ideas, innovative ideas. The room is buzzing. So don't leave without an exciting series which is going to happen here at 4:30. It's a live CNBC live pitch, which Deep from Peabody will be anchoring, and we are waiting for him. Hi, Deep. Oh, that's him. So don't go away. Is there any other investor who's left here who would like to come and do the reverse pitch? Am I missing anybody? It's a last chance. It's really a last chance. 3, 2, 1. Oh my goodness. Okay, you've lost it. So, okay, so in about some more time, stay tuned. We'll be back. Don't go away. Grab a cup of coffee or tea, and Deep will take over the stage in some time, okay? Thank you. Startup pitches बोलना है Aspire.
Aspire startup pitches. Startups.
हाँ.
Startup live pitches. Startup live pitches.
CNBC live.
Startup live pitches.
And Fireside. Huh? Should I start? Good evening, good evening, good evening, good evening. This is going to be an exciting evening now. So give me a shout out that we are ready. Say yes. 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 Okay. So this is a very interesting place where we are doing live pitches, CNBC live pitches. Aspire is the sounding partner. It's a place where you have an opportunity to bring in a lot that you have done in the field of startups and innovation. And there is no better person who will be on stage to anchor the event. And his name is Deep Bajaj, a personal friend and also a great startup person who has run 4 startups till now, all successful, he said, and he will tell you the story. He's known as the woman's man, and he is known as the woman's man because he cares for women hygiene, and I know that I have personally used the products from Sirona Hygiene, the company that is the most successful in providing care for women. So I want to introduce Deep here. Deep is going to anchor the event, and he's going to take you forward and help a lot of founding partners, startup companies, innovators, a lot of tech products. So thank you CNBC Live and Aspire for doing this. So are we ready for the startup pitches? Are we ready for the startup pitches? Great. The energy can be better, but I will call Deep now. Deep, please come. So can we just clap for Deep at least and give him a great, great round of applause.
Thank you so much, ma'am, as always. Good evening, everyone. I'm Deep, and I'll be bringing to the forefront some exciting startups who are doing a great job, and hopefully we'll be able to help them find some investors today. I, by the way, pitched on one of the platforms like this, and today on the judges who you will see, there are many who invested in my startup. So startups, events like these genuinely work. I run Sirona, which is into female hygiene. It was at Tie the Knot where my startup got funded for the first time, and last we were valued at about 450 odd crores. So I hope we will see some more successful stories today coming out of this platform as well. So we are here for Aspire Startup Pitches at the India Mobile Congress 2023. This marks the inaugural edition of the Aspire Startup Pitches, and I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to TIE Delhi NCR and IMC for their invaluable support for this. The platform provides startups with the opportunity to present their game-changing ideas to a group of eager investors who are prepared to commit, obviously subject to due diligence. So there are 5 startups who will be pitching today. Let me first share the names of them, and then I'll be calling our great judges onto the stage. We have Wise Drive, Fambo, Nayan, Parkmate, and Feudor. These 5 will be investing. But before we call these startups to the stage, let me introduce the individuals who will decide the future of these innovations. Please welcome our esteemed investors. First and foremost, one of my favorites, Padmaja Ruparel ma'am. She is the co-founder. Come on, guys. CT, okay. She's the co-founder at Indian Angel Network and founding partner in Iron Fund. They were our first investors, so thank you, ma'am. Would love to call Mr. Girish Shivani, the co-founder at Your Nest Angel Fund. It's such an interesting panel today. By the way, Your Nest sent us under the Lufthansa Runway to Success to Cambridge to study, so thank you for that, sir. I remember my favors. Vansh Oberoi, the CIO at Venture Catalyst, comes up next. Again, if there are other startups also who are raising money, Indian Angel Network, Your Nest, Venture Catalyst, this is the best lineup that we could have asked for today. Mr. Dhruv Ranjan, AVP at Anycut Capital, comes up next. Mr. Addison Appu, Vice President Investments at Think Kuwait. If we don't hear the claps, we will not call the others. Sandro Stephen, founder Green Trunk. Mr. Anil Gupta, Principal Partner, India Accelerator. Anil sir also, by the way, has helped many startups without, even if he is not invested, he makes time to mentor, and thank you, sir, for helping us early on in the Peabody Sirona journey. Mr. Kapil Malhotra, founder and MD, Total Solutions Group. Thank you. Mr. Anubhav Jain, Director, Accelerator Venture and UK Dealmaker. Thank you. Mr. Prashant Narang, co-founder, Agility Ventures. Navjot Kumar, Associate Director, IPIC Capital. Do we have, and we need one more chair for Mr. Anil Taneja, Vice President, Venture Catalyst. Now it's a full house, full of investors. By the way, when we raised money, there were only 5 investors. There are 12 today. So your pitches, if they are on point, I think this round is getting subscribed for sure. So now, without further ado, let's call our first startup to the stage. Kalyandhar Vinukonda from Wise Drive. Wise Drive, by the way, provides peace of mind for 30 million car owners whose manufacturer's warranty has expired. They're looking to raise 8 crores and offering 20% equity in return. They already have a commitment of about 3 crores. Best of luck, my friend. Make us proud. See you.
Hello. Thank you, Deep. Thank you, Deep.
Take this.
Hello.
Take this one.
Thank you. I was hearing asking for yes. It's very difficult to get a yes from here. This is the difficult one to get a yes. Okay. My name is Kalyan. I've come from Bangalore all the way, and I have about 20 years of tech experience. I'm building something very, very, very important for this country today. We are actually building an extended warranty company for used cars in this country. As we speak, there are about 35 million cars in this country. 35 million cars in this country. And astonishing, 31 million cars, 92% of them are out of manufacturer's warranty. So if you buy a car, you get 3 plus 2. 3 years of manufacturer warranty, 2 years of extended warranty which you have to pay, right? After that, 10 years, from 5th year to 15th year, there's no one protecting you. We are just waiting for the rainy day. None of us here have planned 1 lakh or 2 lakh rupees to be spent for the car for an unknown, unexpected expenditure this month, I'm sure. Nobody planned it. And unfortunately, nobody protects it. You have to maintain your car by paying your money, and you are still sitting ducks after 7, 8, 9 years of the car age, and that's it. One day it breaks down. Nobody to protect it. No insurance, no loan product, no fintech product is going to protect it. Out of those 30 million cars, 6 million cars are transacted as used cars. We have all, at one point of time, we bought a used car, right? Does anyone buy a car without an inspection? We either inspect a car ourselves, take a mechanic, send it to an OEM garage, do some kind of inspection, right? Unfortunately, nobody is going to protect you. They are only going to tell the situation as on that day. It's like an ECG you take. You are live that day. It doesn't guarantee nothing is going to happen to your car for next 1 year. Only one fintech product that protects 6 lakhs, highest ticket value, second highest ticket value of an average Indian's expenditure, 6 to 10 lakh rupees on a car. Only one product protects and guarantees peace of mind is warranty. 90%, 85 to 90% of cars are sold hyper-local. 1 to 2%, Spinneys and Cars 24s, rest Hyundai Care, Maruti, True Value. There are so many products. But 90% are still on your street corner, someone whom we know is selling the car with no guarantee. No warranty, no guarantee. High ticket size, no value, or no trust on the seller. Seller is not going to tell the truth. Do you think he's going to tell the truth? The car is bad? No, of course not. So high ticket size, no trust on the seller, well positioned. The only product is extended warranty. And extended warranty is nothing new to this world. It is new to this country. It is not new to this world. Over 90% of cars in America, 95% cars in Europe have extended warranty. They have got built-in maintenance, everything. Those guys don't go to Google and just simply type, hey, I want a car service. Get 1 or 2 on the top. They don't do that. It's all prefixed. That's developed. That's why they are developed countries. They don't have time to search for something which is very easy to maintain. We are getting that to India. Introducing you Wise Drive, India's first extended warranty for cars that are outside manufacturer's warranty. We have 2 products. One product is called Suraksha. It's a literal Suraksha. We charge 1% of the car value per year. 1% protects 100% of your car. 1.5% warranty plus maintenance. You don't need to maintain your car. Just put diesel or petrol, keep driving the car. Maintenance is on us. We have partnered with all OEM authorized service centers in Bangalore. If you own a Toyota car, you own a Hyundai, Honda, Maruti. Just 1 minute. Yeah. Any car that you own, it directly goes to the OEM. Just take the warranty, subscribe for the warranty, click of a button, OEM is there at your doorstep. Be it your home, be it your workplace, they come, they pick up the service, drop it back. No local garages. High quality and problem solved, quality at scale. If there is a Toyota Innova, the same quality you get in Coimbatore service, the same quality you will get it in Udaipur, the same quality you get it in Chandigarh, the same quality you get it in Lucknow, all done at the OEM. What better do we want? And we solved it with world's first sound technology AI. Wise Drive has a very, very unique AI which can tell the life of an engine of a car in under 10 seconds just by sound of it.
Okay, I think the time.
Happy to take questions.
So can you share a little bit on the commercial side, on the business side?
Absolutely, ma'am.
And a little bit on the team.
Okay. My commercials are very simple. We charge 5,000 to 6,000 rupees for warranty. The beauty of my product is, if you can see this, the one on the top, the right side one on the top, that's about a 5,000-6,000 rupees product where I allocate only 1,000 rupees for warranty, 1,000 rupees for customer acquisition. My product never ever requires money to acquire customers. We are never going to buy a customer. We don't need to buy a customer. It is taken care inside the product. Only thing that we need is to tell the people that we exist. That's all. We all have the same fear. So my commercials are very simple. If it's only warranty, I am 60+% CM2 positive. If you take with maintenance, that's the center one, which is called all-inclusive. We are about 32-33% CM2 positive. We are today just 5% EBITDA negative, 5 to 10% EBITDA negative.
What's the revenue?
Sorry, we are doing about 35 lakhs a month. We have got the first round of funding from LC Nueva and Spiral Ventures from Japan. I've raised $1 million last year. I'm raising another $1 million here this month as a pre-series A. And my next question is, you had a question on the team. So this company has been built by 4 people. I am Kalyan. This is my 3rd startup. First startup was on the edutech space. The second startup was on the car servicing space where I've raised $3 million. This is my third startup. Shalini is the one who worked relentlessly building the AI. She built the AI for the future of extended warranty using just the sound of the engine. Then Shashank and Pooja come with a relevant experience. We've been backed by Vamsi and Ramesh. Vamsi is number 2 in the Ford. He's the one who pulled out Ford from India. He's number 2 in the Ford world, controlling about $28 billion. He created warranty 33 years back. Ramesh created warranty for Daimler Chrysler Southeast Asia strategy 36 years back. These are the guys who are actually advising us. One of the strongest, technically powerful board.
Thanks, Kalyan. How old is the company? How long has it taken us to get to this number? And what is the monthly traction in terms of customers?
We are about 18 months old right now, and we have about 400 to 500 warranties that get sold. So our strategy today is to sell the product through used car dealers. So most of these cars are actually at the used car dealer. So point of sale is very important. I'm going to give you a stunning number. Over a 5-year period, a customer who owns a car spends 2.5 to 3 lakh rupees. 10,000 every month, every year on maintenance, 10,000 on insurance. If there is a warranty issue, brakes, clutch issue, once in a year, at least 5,000-10,000 rupees. 2.5 to 3 lakh rupees we spend mandatorily. It's a no out-of-pocket expense. 3 lakh rupees over a span of 3 to 5 years. And 30 million customers spending 3 lakh rupees is 9 lakh crores business. Over a span, it's a 9 lakh crore business. And the Trojan into that is warranty. Unbeatable moat. 3-year contracts. Someone who even replicates my technology has to wait 3 years until my contract is over. I am better positioned to reissue the pricing after 3 years. Unbeatable moat.
What is your month? I just wanted to ask.
Yeah, we are about 35 lakhs a month, ma'am, currently.
So Indian market is a very unique market, right? You know, expense to claim ratio, you know, over the years is increasing like drastically.
Correct.
So there's some inquisitive, you know, I'm just inquisitive about it. So how do you see this critical aspect of your business?
Yeah, so your question actually starts with the myth. The answer starts with the myth, actually. So we've sold till now close to 10,000 warranties. At least 1,000 people called us saying that, hey, we have a warranty issue. When we actually go there, it's not a warranty issue. It's an electrical wiring issue. It is as small as 200 rupees to 300 rupees issue. You take the same car without warranty to a local garage, you would be fined at 20,000, 30,000 rupees. But warranty is the only company which guarantees best quality at the lowest price, because my money is involved in there. And it's a guarantee.
I see your proprietary sound analytical model as the heart of the discussion.
Yes.
I mean, given all the business discussion, how do you ensure technology readiness levels? And there's so many variants of cars, right?
Yes.
So how do you manage that? If that goes wrong, everything goes
Absolutely.
Right?
And while you are at it, is this truly patentable in some form and manner?
Yes, yes.
Defensibility. The
Yes.
defensibility part.
Yes. So I think, I don't know with about other companies, I have 700,000 records. 700,000 records of various makes, model, fuel type, transmission, kilometer driven. So if there is a Honda City 2012 petrol, manual, 75,000 kilometer driven car, I know the accuracy of that engine, what's the sound it should have. Our core data, or our core success, is on the data set that we created. It took us many years to create, and it's not easily available. So creating the data set was the crucial, and we have successfully given 7,000, 10,000 warranties. So we have proved it.
No, but just hold on there. Are you saying that you are your warranty is basically on the engine of the car, it's functioning or malfunctioning? Because typically a car has many other problems. The warranty does not cover that. I'm just trying to understand.
Yes, so my warranty covers engine and gearbox by default. So if customers want an AC compressor warranty, they want a clutch warranty, they want a suspension warranty, add-ons are available. There are battery warranties. Add-ons are available. So my warranty makes sure anything happens to your car engine, I repair it up to 5 lakh rupees, no questions asked. Repair or replacement.
Can you just answer the patentability question?
Yes, it is patentable. We did try. We are going to patent it. Yes. We have already hired lawyers for that and it is patentable.
Kalyan, can you give us the pre-money valuation at which you are raising this money?
So we are basically raising about 8 crore rupees. It's $1 million. And I would like to dilute about 20%. So that comes to about 40.
So Kalyan, of the 1% that you make, how much do you give to the dealer distributors?
What's the 1%?
1% of the car value price is what you make, right?
Okay.
That's what the subscription
Okay.
fees.
Yeah.
So of that you give a certain portion to the dealer also, right?
0%. For 1%, we don't give anything. 1% is the value. If you are buying a 6 lakh rupee car, it's 6,000 rupees. So we don't give anything to the dealer unless you claim, you come for a claim. If there is a claim coming in over a year, then when it goes for a repair, I pay for the repair cost. I don't give anything to the dealer.
My question is, people go and buy second-hand cars from dealers, right?
Yes.
And your selling point is from the developer.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
So if he's selling that insurance or policy
Yes.
to the end user,
yes,
obviously he's going to ask you for certain percentage of margin, right?
Correct.
So how much are you offering that?
So there is no ceiling for it. They get it at a subsidized price from us. They can buy 30 warranties, 100 warranties in advance. You sell it for 10,000. No, it's not discount, ma'am. It's upsell. You buy it from 5,000 from me. You sell it to customer for 10,000. Sell it for 20,000. If the dealer is smart, now he's becoming that. They are not going to charge. 5,000 is going to be free in the car, like how a manufacturer gives for the first 3 years. It's added in the price of the car. AOV will automatically increase. Initially, they want to make money, but eventually they understand that this has to be given free.
Last question.
What are the claim ratio that you have, and what is the reject on the claims that you have put? So if I claim, and you can reject my claim that
Yes.
it's not under the warranty or
Yes.
stipulated terms.
Yes.
So how many claims have come out of these 10,000, and how many have you rejected as well, that this is not a valid claim?
Okay. So we have given about 1.5% of claims of the total 10,000 warranties. 150 warranties we have claimed. We have got 1,000 requests, out of which 150 we have done. The rejection ratio is anywhere between 5 to 10%. It varies from car to car and model to model. And one of the major reasons what we see as a rejection is people drive more than 10,000 kilometers. We have 10,000 kilometers of 1 year. Or you can take 15,000 kilometers of 1 year. So people drive 12, 15, 18 and then come back. And one more thing is people take warranty with us. They try to get service done outside. And those guys do a shabby job. So these are common things that we see. But now people are understanding, when I'm spending 6 lakh rupees, if Wise Drive is rejecting a warranty, why should, see, I make 7,000 rupees as a revenue, right? I am telling I don't want your 7,000 rupees. What confidence you will get to pay 7 lakh rupees to buy a car? When I'm telling I don't want your 7,000 rupees, what confidence you will get to buy for 7 lakh rupees? This is going to become a phenomenon in this country.
Yeah. So, though you mentioned that your moat is unbeatable.
Yes.
But there would be certain risks which are there inherent in this model.
Yes.
So what are those risks?
Kalyan, this is last 30 seconds pitch then.
Sure, sir.
Twitter answer.
Sure. Done. The biggest risk that I see here is scalability. We'll have to scale the business pretty fast. At the time of scale, we should not lose the basics of inspections in the warranty. Our whole industry is designed. 2005, when you want a health insurance, you need a medical, certificate, something to get a health insurance or diagnostics done. 15 years, actuarial data. Today you can buy health insurance on PhonePe. I broke that in 15 months. I broke that, which took 15 years, in 15 months. Go to your car, just take a video of it, 30 seconds. In under 10 seconds, I can predict the life left in the engine of the car with the premium.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Kalyan. Kalyan, I have to talk to your advisors to figure out what do I do with my food.
Oh, is it?
Okay, so I need to request our investors to show just a raise of hand. How many of you would like to talk to him after the pitch is over? Yo, bro, so many. And in the audience, how many of us will invest in his business? ऐसे हाथ खड़ा कर दो यार. Huge round of applause. Thank you. Congratulations on doing
Thank
such a
you
great
so
job.
much.
Thank you. This one down. Sure. All right, so the format is, I'm sorry, I should have announced it earlier. 5 minutes for the pitch and 5 minutes for the Q&A. And the 5 minutes of Q&A can be extended by another 5 because you're amazing judges. But the pitch stays 5 minutes. Okay, so let me call on stage our second startup. We have Akshay Tripathi from Fambo Innovation. Akshay, are you here? Okay. Fambo, an agri-tech startup, automates and optimizes the agricultural value chain. They source fresh produce from farms and offer customized assortments for the food away from home sector. Catering to QSRs, especially restaurants, canteen and e-commerce platforms. They're looking to raise 15 crores and offering 15% equity in exchange. They already have a commitment of about 13.5 crores. Best of luck, my friend. 5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Deep. So actually that 13.5 is what we have already raised in form of convertible notes, and 15 crore is the fresh round ask we are having. So one clarification I wanted to make. If you can turn on my presentation. Yes. So first I'll introduce myself. So I am Akshay Tripathi and I've done my MBA from Xavier Institute of Management, Bhubaneswar. I have 10 years of experience in supply chain automation and delivering the automated warehouses for e-commerce giants like Flipkart, Reliance and Amazon. So I used to make warehouses smart. Now I'm here to make the agriculture smart. So we are Fambo. So Fambo, we started as farming bots, Fambo. And so what we do, actually we optimize and automate the agri value chain. Here we take this produce directly from the farming source and move it to the e-com players. Plus the most biggest segment we cater to is food away from home segment, which is mostly the QSRs, one of the biggest sector we play to, 30 to 40% of our movement is in that sector. If I look at the problem statement and what we are uniquely doing here is like, first looking at the farmer problem, we all might be knowing in India like 30%, 40% of the people are going to bed without food. It's like problem in growing, no, problem is not in the growing, rather the problem exists in the food accessibility rather than food scarcity. So we are solving that problem. Now looking at the problem at 2 points. One is the downstream at the farmer's end. So what they are facing problem is like heavy dependency on the intermediaries which are existing at their system. They are heavily dependent on them, even at the local transporter. They don't have the incentives for the diversification. Plus the technology they are using to automate is very outdated and very costly. Even a normal smart fertigation system might be available in the range of 10 to 20 lakhs. What we are providing here is an omni-channel approach. They can bring their produce to us and we move it to the channel across. What new here is like there are many players doing farm to fork play, but who are doing farm to fork play, they are taking the produce as per their specific grade, not moving the entire produce which farmer is having. That is where we make the change. Now we ask the farmer, you grade it at your end, basic grading can be done. What we do is we do the further value adding both in the form of fresh, like we pack it and we sort it, grade it. We also process it. So primary and secondary processing is done at our end. And the customers who are requiring it, now coming on to the problem at their end, if I talk about the customers like big QSR like McD or Burger King being one of the major customer, even if a small worms comes into their burger, it will be a big problem. Anybody can go to Twitter and just tweet it. So this is a problem they are getting solved, is like they are having a totally unreliable base as of now. Even the minor problem is like transporter, I don't know where the transporter is. So people are worried, even after placing the order, they don't know even the order is coming to them or not. What order is shared on the WhatsApp in the form of paper. So that process we have automated for the customers. The TAM here itself exists in the form of like billions. So we can check the number and the growth itself. Average person eating outside in India. Currently we are working with the customer segment in form of the QSRs based out of India. We are working with their process, their audits, and we are also looking and pitching to these customers we are trying to bring on the new processes, which we are learning with the form of Western QSRs. If we talk about the farm automation, which we are going to push in the downstream, which we are already working with, this segment of farm automation itself is huge. Currently, we are targeting just the north and central India. Our presence is currently servicing entire north. If I say entire north, it's from Bhopal to Jammu and then from Jaipur to Gorakhpur. We don't do small orders, we just do orders anything which is above 4,000 because the economy doesn't fit in the small orders.
Akshay, you have 1 minute.
All right. So if we see the competitive landscape, currently there's mostly unorganized players and the Zomato Hyperpure, which is existing in the space. So like I've already explained our business model, looking at the traction numbers. So these are actual last 5 quarters. So last quarter we did 6.5 crores and we are looking at the profitability to achieve in the last quarter. So we are CM2 positive right now and we are looking to be EBIT positive in the by the end of this financial year. So our team is highly experienced both in forms of like processing and the tech itself. So the team exists of the people who have built the FMCG brands and also people who have grown potatoes, people who have worked in the companies like Nestle. So this is the team what we have. Our investors are in the form of like the CXOs of India's biggest robotics company called Adverb. So major 3 investors are from the Adverb. And currently, if you look at what is our fund utilization plan, so 15 crore we have asked is mostly for the expansion and the growth capital, which we are going to use majorly in this sector.
Akshay, questions?
I was already done, yes. We can take up the questions, yes.
Akshay, good pitch. I'm assuming that you have a rate contract with these QSRs or hotels with whom you tie up. When you have fluctuations at the farm level in terms of demand and supply and pricing, how do you cover yourself on that?
I'll take example of like Burger King right now. So there are only 2 or 3 players who are supplying to Burger King. If I'm quoting a rate to them, I'm fixing a rate with them. So we take the past data and we add up certain margin to it. Now, how do we safeguard ourselves? So onion, which is the biggest commodity we are giving to Burger King. Right now, if we see the wholesale price of the onion is having it's almost in wholesale also is going 70 to 80 rupees right now. We are still giving to them to in almost like half of the price what I just mentioned. And we have the demand forecast and we store it. So onion is storable. Now if I talk about tomato, so partners who are having a poly houses, we have partnered with them. We have given them the farm OS and our automation devices. We know when the tomatoes will come in, and so accordingly we are controlling the backward channel and the forward channel and collaborating the both. So we have the demand and then accordingly we are setting up the supplies. Wastage. So if I say ours is the industry lowest wastage in the range of 2 to 1%. And when we completely move to processing, it will be 0.
Even for vegetables like tomatoes?
Yes, yes. This is actual data, yes.
Okay, interesting. And what are your projections for the next 2 years?
We want to achieve like the run rate of 200 crores right now.
So FY25 will look like what?
200 crores in the ARR,
24?
Yes. 24, we will be closing almost around 35 to 36. We are already doing a run rate of 24 crore.
So you'll do 8 times almost?
Yes.
Okay, and what, last question, at what valuation is the 13.5 crores going to convert?
So it will like one out of total 13.5, 7 is having upper ceiling of 28 crore. So it will convert at 28 crore.
So after this round that you are proposing with 15% at 15 crores, how much equity will there be held by the promoters?
So after this round, co-founders will be having the equity of almost 55 to 56%.
Hi, so could you just give us a sense of the split of revenue across various revenue streams you mentioned in your deck?
Yes. So if I I'll split it into the percentage wise. So currently my 100% revenue is coming from the fresh supply chain. Currently, yes. My tech is getting commercialized. So I have the orders, purchase orders for the tech. So we have deployed it here also in the IMC. Now this fresh supply chain breakup, if I tell you, so 30% of almost is going into the supply chain, like e-commerce companies. What I do, I pick everything from the farm gate, top grade goes to the e-commerce. Now the second specification itself, it goes to the QSRs. And the bottom one goes to the canteens because they anyway have to cut it and chop it and then give it to the in the vegetables which they are cooking. So that is the split if I say about it. So 100%.
And last question, how much are we burning, if any, and what are the payment cycles which you have with your
My receivable cycles currently is at 21 days, 21 days. My payable cycle is at 14 days. Our burn standards almost 20-22%. It is inclusive of everything, even the R&D.
So Akshay, this 646 are about 21-22 odd lakh rupees on a monthly basis. This is the total sales, right? The cost.
This is in lakhs, so like in total quarter we have done
6.46
crores. Yes.
So about 2 crores a month.
Yes.
So how much is this GMV, or this is your net revenue?
This is my net revenue.
This is excluding the cost of the raw material.
That way it's GME, yes.
Yeah.
Correct.
So what's your margin on this?
15 to 20%.
Okay, and that excludes the warehousing cost and logistics.
Yes.
Okay.
CM1 is 15 to 20%.
Coming to logistics, are you taking up the whole logistics, first mile, mid mile, last mile?
No. So, sir, like I was telling you, I do entire north. So there are the last mile partners for us. There are companies operating with the cold supply chain. So we do the mid mile, and the last mile is given to them. For some of the customers in NCR, we do it. It's not in the form of two wheels, but more of smaller vehicles. So that is done by us.
So is there a cold chain involvement across?
It depends on the type of SKU we are dealing with.
Okay, and last question, again on the price inflation. Do you pass on the price increases partially, fully? It can't be a reactive research, more a predictive model. It could be weather forecast, it could be number of scenarios which will increase the price of, say, tomato. I can't just say a back data will predict the futuristic discussion. So what's the predictive model in that? Because if you don't pass the prices, you're in big trouble.
Sir, we predict the prices. So I'll give you an example. So we are making agri-peanuts like the farm FPO owners who are working with us. In Nasik, we had the projections in July. The onion will, this year will hit almost 100. So we safeguard ourselves by the end of this whole season of the onion. We will be having the supplies coming to us at the rate which we have quoted. So we'll be still making margins on the onion.
Question is not you predicting the price. Question is your customer accepting the prediction.
Sir, customers, so we do send them the reports. They work with us. We tell them that if you want to control the input cost, these are the inputs which you should avoid for the month. So this is how we are telling them. And then we accordingly sit with them and close the rates for the same.
Couple of questions. You mentioned about grading and sorting. Is it being done manually? What sort of tech is behind that? Or have you tied up with some specialized players helping you with that? And
So farm level grading sometimes is done by the farmer himself. He does it manually. But some of the SKUs are done automated also. So if I talk about just the garlic, it is done by the belt system. It drives it and moves the different type of garlic aside. So it totally depends on the SKUs itself, how it is moved. And
number of customers on both sides when it comes to your buyers on your platform and the number of farmers that you have. And is there any exclusivity with the farmers or a clause that sort of gives you their first bidding partner to pick up whatever they are producing, or they are free to sell to anyone?
They are free to sell to anyone. Mostly we offer them is like, unlike I take the best grade of you, you can give me the complete lot. So
how many farmers are you working with?
Currently we are working with like almost around, if I say 1500 to 2000 farmers. These are majorly in the form of FPO. So we interact directly with the FPO rather than the individual farmers.
And on your demand side, how many?
We have almost 30 institutional customers. We don't deal with the non-institutional customers.
And the revenue from the top 5 customers is how much?
So revenue from the top 5 customers will be almost around 50%.
So, the predictability of the pricing, this is the most critical part in the value chain. The question that he asked, I would again like to ask you, what is your secret, like what is the recipe for predictability? Something special you're doing?
In this case, if I say, sir, what we can store, we do store. So I have won the order, I have won the contract altogether. So for the burger players or the different players, I have won the order for 6 months, 3 months. Accordingly, what can be stored, we do store it. What we cannot store, we do the backward planning of it. Like in the case of tomato itself. So now we are going to push tomatoes to one of the new customer. Tomato will be in the huge volume. And what happened to tomato in July, we all know it went to 200 rupees per kilo itself. And so what we do is like we are building up the farm network. So some of the people who are already operating the farm, we are providing them the farm OS, the automation tech, and their complete farm is on the COC with us. This is chain of custody. So complete yield will be given to us.
Last question, please.
So how do you see your profit margins at scale? I mean, do they get better or worse? I mean,
currently, if I just take the fresh category, I am still operating in the margins of 15 to 20. But now we are moving to the value-added products itself, where like if I see just a small restaurant consumes the fried onion in the volume of 10 kg per day. So that is the value-added item going to add. So in value-added item, we are looking up to the margins of 30%, making the whole fresh supply chain is margin accretive. So that is the goal which we have. Here also we'll be looking like first winning the order and then going into the processing rather than just starting the processing itself.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for Akshay. Thank you, buddy. No. Whole time. Investors who would like to speak to him after the pitch, show of hands. Thinking? They're thinking. No, wait, there is an audience poll also. Audience, who would like to invest in his business? Show of hands. So we have some audience support and we have one investor support as well. Congratulations, that's you, buddy. All right, moving on. Our next startup, I would like to call Jayant Rati from Nayan Technologies. Nayan with its family of 70 patents. By the way, when I got this paper, it was 70, now it's 76. So he's got 6 patents as he walks up. In his artificial intelligence is in the business of automating operations and maintenance and cut major costs towards self-sustainability of all municipalities, roads, highways, and smart cities using ordinary smartphones powered with AI. Stage is yours, my friend. You have 5 minutes to rock it.
Thanks, Nam. Great. Thank you all for coming, and I appreciate the 5 minutes I get. Very briefly, give you very... Okay, not everything. Yes. So very briefly, I'll give you a very quick snippet of what this whole round is all about. So we are raising a round of around 13 crore rupees, out of which 8 crore is already invested by our existing investors and a season of a number of syndicates. We are doing currently our order books are at 20 crore rupees, which is significantly higher, and we've raised them in the last 3 months. We're growing extremely fast at the moment. We have a subsidiary in Dubai as well. What you see on the screen are 3 modes of our delivery, which is on the left is our smartphone, which we use for Uber, Ola, Swiggy, Zomato. Center one for all the bikes, dedicated bikes and buses. And the right one is drones. Now we have 2 biggest India's drone manufacturers using Nayan as their data collection platform. My journey began with me as an Uber driver, and most of the patents and the tech was developed when I was riding my Uber in Atlanta, Georgia. And I drove that for 3 months, and I was designing my software as I picked up rides for 16 hours, testing it on the field with drivers and live customers for 3 months. I burnt myself out, but out came Nayan with around 12 patents back in Atlanta, Georgia, back then. My background is in robotics and AI, so I graduated Georgia Tech with my PhD in robotics and AI as well, and this is my 3rd company. So previous 2 companies maintain an annual revenue of 1.1 to 1.3 crore rupees. And no investments, pure cash play. And I have 100 patents, and a number of my customers include Sony X, Google X. That's our delivery model. That lady in Bangalore is driving one of our applications, so super casted with the data that she collects. Along with now 1 Uber driver, which was me, we have now 1,700 drivers pan-India using our applications. The business model is very simple. Support the cities and use that support to drive all the businesses to earn revenue as well as cut their costs through a lot of supply chain that happens through the business. Let's see how it goes. Left, put a simple application on your phone if you're an Uber or a Swiggy driver. In fact, any of you go to Play Store now, type in Nayan, download the app, test it outside on the road and make some money and points for yourself and your fleets right now. You collect the data, you supply the data on a platform to all the government, municipal, insurance companies, delivery, ride-sharing companies. And the right side is the operations Android application, goes to all the field operators. So live data collection from the field, reported and data sales directly at a very large margin to all the customers. We have 70 patents, so it's actually one of the biggest things that we've done is we've protected the tech extremely well. So we have now 9 patents in India, 8 in the US, and all of them, and half of them are granted. So around 40 patents are granted already. Quick video of how things work. I wonder if this plays. Is this a PDF or a presentation? Does it play? Does it not play? No? Okay, never mind if it doesn't play. No? Okay. So I was going to show you some AI in action, but apparently there's a glitch. So we'll go forward, I guess. So the delivery is done using AI. So everything, all these data points are detected using your Android Edge or your dash cam. There's one experiment which landed up to be one of our biggest monetization angles is all the municipalities in India. We have 70 now pan-India. We are targeting 40. We'll be at 97 in about 6 months also. So all the municipal corporations, we are monitoring using fleets, crowdsourced fleets, and some dedicated, collect the data, report it to municipalities, and keep the whole city O&M under check and balance. We aim to consume 1 to 10% of every city's O&M maintenance. Insurance plays, we are giving a lot of data to some of the insurance partners. We have, in fact, 80% of the insurance market under MOUs. We'll disclose the name soon. But we're detecting damage to all the vehicles. Again, crowdsourced, distributed based on your damage on the vehicle. We report against OD and TP claims. There's a huge presentation on top of it, but this has grown very fast in the last 6 months. Again, I think the videos are not playing, but we're doing traffic violations for Dubai Police, Ahmedabad, Thane, Kanpur, and few other cities. So most of our cameras dedicatedly crowdsourced as well as on vehicle cameras are detecting nearly 25 million dirhams worth of violations every 6 months. So it's very large amounts. We're also doing entire Delhi. Delhi's MCD and PWD have fallen into Nayan, luckily, thanks to all the people involved. But similarly, we are also doing municipalities in various other cities. So this is Ahmedabad, and then we have around 17 cities already live, and around 40 cities in demo, which we are supplying also. So every single ward, every single nook and corner is under Nayan. Again, I think the video is not playing, but that's fine. Damage assessment of roads, all of this is actually being charged in crores of rupees by a lot of contractors. We're doing it for free. It's part of the package. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. So model is very simple. It's all patented. So the whole loop runs correction, training, supervised learning, and so on. The charging model is very simple, 200 rupees a kilometer of our monitoring or 200 rupees an hour, depending on the cameras you deploy. These are 4 industries you're servicing. The biggest one is traffic violations and infra monitoring, and insurance is coming up very soon. That's a deployment, 1, 2, 4, and so many different agencies are using. We'll be integrating as SDKs in all these organizations also. MOUs are already signed. So we'll be going through the point system for all the drivers, very easy. So this is what you get today when you go back home, drive with the application on, and you'll get these points. You redeem in cash directly to your bank account end of the day, every day. That's our scope, India, and we'll be in a lot of countries very soon. We are targeting a market of 10,000 visible crore rupees right now for us, but the market size is 75 billion. It's very large, just in India, just the pure data play of it. We have 97 smart cities, 15 insurance companies, 1 drone company, also India's biggest, is with us. We're doing around 6.89 crores in pilots. We're at 19 crore in order books. We'll finish the year at 6.1 crore rupees this year. Unit economics, I'll skip this, but we're at 56 paisa per data point. We are doing 6 crore, currently 3 crores already capitalized for this year. And 40 crores anticipated as far as we grow. Okay. That's our team very quickly. That's our investor circle. Some of the good and some of the syndicates that have joined the capital pool this time. I put in $500,000, then the rest of the investors put in the rest. So we built the company jointly. Use of money and awards. We've won about pretty much every national ministerial award has been taken by Nayan in AI. That's one of our significant benchmarks. And some media publicity on a lot of articles on a lot of cities that have. That's it. Any questions? I'm happy to take them up.
Where's the company incorporated?
Delhi. We are based out of Delhi.
And the patents are in the name of the company or you or the team?
Jointly. Depending on how much money we save in which jurisdiction across the world, we do it accordingly. But all the licenses are to the company, 100% ownership of delivery of the patents.
And this is in simple words, you're basically, it's user-generated data that is probably being sold to various organizations.
Yes.
Is there any regulation play around it? Risks
Privacy.
of that? Yeah.
The privacy and the data laws of the country prohibit us from capturing faces and number plates, except if the end customer is the government, which in this case is the government. So, yes.
So I had a question on your patent slide. You had a list of patents across different countries.
Right.
So those are just covering those countries, or you're not covering the patents, your patent approvals globally for all the patents?
So we have PCTs and WIPO protections for the first 30 months, but you do have to choose a country after you finish your time period. So those are the countries we could afford, at least as far as, yeah.
Okay. And I have a question, because you are your numbers that you're projecting, it's obviously going to need a lot of powerhouse on the business side.
Yes, yes.
So can you just give me a little bit of idea on the business person and how you're scaling? How are you doing? Because B2G and B2B are very different. So
very different.
Give me a little bit of idea there.
So a lot of my investors actually are joining NAN. So we've decided internally. Some of them are heading insurance sectors. Milan Nayak being the India head for Bajaj and so on. So they'll take on board the vertical for insurance. I myself I open grounds for a lot of customers. So I'm good at marketing. I'll take over marketing and I'll stay there. But the business side of it, we are still negotiating. There are 2-3 key people who will be joining in. The order books have inflated extremely fast, very fast. Last 3 months, we've done around 15 crore rupees. In fact, this month, we've done 1 crore in orders. Orders are scaling higher than revenues. We need to size up the delivery team very fast. So that's one of the reasons.
I got that from the numbers.
Yes, yes.
So that's one challenge in your business. What's the other challenge? I mean, everything looks good except on the delivery side, which I can understand.
Yes.
What's your other challenge? What keeps you awake at night?
Leaving money on the table. There's too many contracts right now across the country, and a lot of people are minting it at low margins.
Are you leaving money on the pricing side also?
No, everything is net 50.
But are you leaving? Could you have charged higher?
No, cannot charge higher. But we can spread we are already at 50% net. So gross at 60 to 80% depending on the customer. But the thing we are missing is bigger arms to grab more. We'll discuss that. It's a pain point that wakes me up, because there are a lot of contracts we're losing right now only because somebody else has bigger ammunition to play them. So, yes.
Competition sitting around.
Yes, and we own that space. We all have all the IP, but somebody else is there just because we don't have the bandwidth and the manpower to be there. So, yes.
Great product, great solution. 2 quick questions. What portion of your revenue is, it's completely B2G today, or you have B2B?
So our biggest customer, Idea Force, I'll take the name. So our Indian biggest customer is Idea Force, 2.5 crore rupees in orders from them. IBM in Middle East is 3 crore rupees in orders from IBM. They were our biggest B2B customers till date until governments took over. Now most of our revenue, the biggest piece of the pie is through the governments who are contracting NAN.
And moving forward on your 19 crore order book, do you see a 50-50 split in the mix in terms of government and private, or it will be skewed towards government?
It was nearly 90% until 3 months back, B2B. It's now nearly 80% government, 20 because of the size of the government orders that have come in. Once the insurance market a little bit propagates forward, it'll be 50-50 B2B, 50-50 B2G. And B2B2C is also coming. There's a couple of companies who are going to be distributing consumer-grade data maps that we are generating.
And one last question on the valuation. I saw 5% equity. Is it that cumulative equity for the whole round, or it is 5% for the balance amount?
So we are raising around 5 crore left in the round, and we are also giving 25% on the next round. While we are doing this, 5% at 107 post 92.93 is the current raise that's happening. Along with secondaries, a lot of the oldest who already gained 10x, we are exiting them with a better discount for 25% discount on the incoming investors, so secondaries. Yes.
You mentioned that you're losing some business due to competition. Who's the competition? And with the government, do you do L1 contracts?
Yes.
These are all L1s.
We are winning on L1s. It's just that we are not...
So you can apply for tenders anywhere, everywhere. Why would you lose on business with the government?
Applying tenders is a cost. So every application requires cost, both in terms of deposits and the bank guarantees.
You're still an MSME, right? So you can get a waiver on that.
But most of the cities are not, they still want you to cough up a crore rupees, 1.5 crore rupees in bank guarantees, and even though they have an MSME. But a lot of the tenders that come through the pilots that Nayan does, we do push them to waive that requirement. So a lot of the ones we have won are because of the ones pilots we did.
Competition?
Bigger
Computer
companies.
vision, many of those, right?
Computer vision is not an issue. We are mostly because of some of the bigger players like Shiv Shakti in UP and then L&T, Schneider, etc., who are doing a lot of bigger contracts. So 100 crore contract will probably not come to us. Marketing muscle will go to Schneider or they're not competitors. We do give them a model that goes, Nayan takes some cut of the whole profit, but they do take the bigger margins. We did the same in IBM. So the whole contract was 3 million, Nayan got 1. So 2 million went to IBM. So we are open to those deals. So they're not directly competitors, but it will take some cut on our total margins here.
Hey, Nan, hi there. We have been talking about this.
Yes.
I think one important thing is we talked about the computational, capability as well as the cost of collection, because that question came also.
Yes.
What you projected, I see a big drop there.
Yes.
So do you think a further drop would happen?
A drop in?
In the cost of collection.
Cost of collections is getting better as we understand the modalities of collections and how much to pay for how much to return. It's getting better. So we are running 3 months in invoicing. 90 days is our standard now averaged collection against invoicing.
There are two things. I'm not talking account receivables.
Yes.
The cost of collecting data.
The data, yes.
That
So
discussion happened because some US companies failed because of that.
So the 56 paisa per data is now 33 paisa per data point. We did the unit economics just 4 weeks back.
Ahmedabad one or?
Yes.
Okay.
So it's
that was one failure mode which happened.
Yes.
Second discussion is basically the account receivable, because more you go to government, right?
Yes.
And we have all faced the discussion.
Oh, yes.
Account receivable is a big discussion. We can make and break. So how do you manage the account receivable discussions?
We've gotten smarter about how and who and what to connect with to get the money released. So that has now become a little bit easier. So the right connects help you get it released a little faster. Yeah.
So at the back end is a technology platform.
Right.
How does that scale? Today you're doing 70 smart cities, 100 million data points, for example. This has the potential to go to 100 billion data points.
Very large, very large.
So how does the platform kind of?
So we built the system as SaaS. Unfortunately, the customers we've been engaging with, they want an invoiced output, not a credit card swipe. But the system is designed to be SaaS. That's how we get the unit economics very, very easily. But once we do start scaling, our goal is to add more customers on the same road that we sweep. So more insurance companies, permit advertising, road issues, PWD, national highways. On the same road, you have nearly a dozen to 2 dozen customers. The more customers you add on the same road length that you sweep, the more margins you can monetize on the same amount of expense that you make.
Last question. No, my question is not around the revenue. My question is around the technology platform and the scalability of it as you, ultimately people will want this now or within an hour or the latency of the data is extremely important, correct?
Yes.
And therefore you need processing capacity to run it, to the computational part of it, correct?
So we started with the cloud platform. Now we are on 3 clouds and 1 data center. So we've learned the art of reducing cloud cost by putting that cost in a fixed infra that has a period life of 5-6 years. But you can switch through the clouds depending on the deals we get. So recently we got an Amazon deal for 100K. So we moved a lot of our computing to Amazon from Google. Now Google came back with a deal. Why are you moving? They gave us another. So we are cloud hopping across 3 clouds. The best part is we've learned to navigate all the cloud systems. So Microsoft, Amazon, and Google are all connected through a hybrid system and a data center as well. So you can switch to scale accordingly.
Great. Last question. Okay, there's a lady there, so we'll know.
So Jayan, thanks. So you have 3 parts of the business, and some of them seem to be very covered. For example, the AI part of data collection, you have patents, seems to be covered. Your client acquisition of B2G, B2B, you have some of them. The third part is, in addition to what Sir was asking, is cost of collection of data, right? One is the cost, And the second aspect of the same thing is scaling that. So it has a dependency on the Swiggy Zepto, on-ground people to download the app and go and collect data. How do you see that in terms of a scalability challenge? How will you scale that aspect of data collection? What costs will come in? That's one question. And the second question is, in terms of tech costs, so far, how much have we spent on tech development? What do we see in future? Please also add in terms of, to safeguard from competition, you'll probably have to hire the right tech teams. So more on tech costs. This is the second question. And the first one is on scalability of data collection. Thank you.
So started with smartphones, on-demand delivery, to dash cams now in 100 buses and hundreds of trucks. All the dash cams are now powered by Nayan, imported by Nayan, utilized by Nayan. So you have dedicated collection fleets. You don't need to depend on volunteers to do it anymore. And now, very soon, we'll be integrating the SDKs of Swiggy, Zomato, and some of the other ones. So it's dedicatedly always on by default. If the driver is on the road, it's on. Nayan is on. The collection side, along with that, is now amplified by 3,700 cameras on different cities that are now integrated in Nayan also. So not just the fleets online, we're also getting cameras available with different cities and organizations added to the system. On demand, turn them on depending on demand. Your second question was based on the
technology expenses.
So the tech expenses, we are like a bamboo tree. So we grew our roots, became very strong, cut the cost down, developed it to be a very highly marginalized company. The tech is done. In fact, cost expenditure for this year is only 15% for tech. The rest is pure scaling, amplification, and so on, and legal protection for the.
Sorry to be the devil here.
IP. Yes.
Sorry to be the devil, my friend, but I have to keep a tab on the time. But congratulations, on the journey. All right, there's voting time, my friend. So from all the investors, show of hands, who would like to speak to him after the pitch? That's a welcome one. And, sorry, ma'am. Well, there is one more hand up in the air if your valuation is a little better. Yes. Nayan Tarse. All right, from the audience, show of hands, who thinks that we should support him? Yay, a huge round of applause for him. Thank you, Jen. Well done, buddy. All right, so let me call on stage our fourth startup. We would have Dhananjaya Bhardwaj taking us through Parkmate. Parkmate is an instant, guaranteed and safe parking solution provider to car owners and businesses, much required. Looking to raise 5.76 crores and offering 15% equity in exchange of that, currently committed around 2.5 crores. You have a minute. Tab tak aap gana sunao.
I'd like to tell you a small story. I am Deputy Commandant Dhananjay Bhardwaj, retired. I have served for across 10 years across organizations like, some of them I can name, some of them I can't, due to possible reasons. But Indian Navy, Indian Coast Guard, some central and state government organizations. I resigned from my job in 2021 September. I actually am not retired, I have resigned. Parkmate happened because of a reason. September 2019, my new swanky BMW X1, which I bought after a lot of saving coming from a middle class family, got towed away in a Karol Bagh Gafar market, though it was standing in a authorized parking. And when I approached the guy, he said, "Sab, hame nahi pata," because it was clearly written on the slip, parking is at owner's risk. I paid a hefty amount. And when they bought my car back, it was damaged. I had to shell out 1.75 lakh rupees from my pocket to get that repaired, and I could not claim insurance on that. I believe somebody can help me out there from the previous startups. But then, keeping jokes apart, I and my co-founder who was sitting there, we decided to write a technical paper on the problem, rather than launching a startup. Oh, by the way, deck is there. And that's how Parkmate happened. Well, I don't need to reiterate why the parking is a big problem. This is what we see. Beautiful looking parking operators, beautiful paper slips. You waste up to 5 days in a year in just searching for parking. You burn more than 100 liters of fuel for a 1.4 liter engine every year in just searching for parking. Well, I will not reiterate it further. But then, what is the market size? That needs to be discussed first. Kitna bada problem hai? Well, as per our calculations and with the government available data, let me give you from the perspective of Delhi. Delhi alone, not NCR, has a daily parking transaction of 44 crores on a weekday. On weekend, it ranges from 77 to 120 crores in a day. That's the corpus we're talking about. And how much of it does come into among government's pocket? Just around 12%. 93% of this industry is unorganized and 7% of the sector is organized. And that's where all the existing players are playing. And that's where we come in place. What happens if you have to go to Karol Bagh or a Lajpat Nagar or a Sarojini Nagar, which doesn't have an organized parking? Well, that's where we come into place. And we realize that parking as an industry, one-size-fits-all solutions do not work. So we have created an ecosystem of offerings to cater the needs of every requirement, be it a smart city, be it a mall, be it a valet service, or be it a residential colony, or as well as a local cluster market like a Karol Bagh or a Lajpat Nagar or Haji Ali or a Siddhi Vinayak temple. So I'll cover Dash. Dash means drop and shop. So we have an application in place. Oh, this was supposed to be a video. We have an application in place with the name of ParkMate Dash. On this application, all you need to do is simply enter the destination where you want to go. For example, you want to go to Starbucks, Connaught Place, N Block. Enter the destination and reach there. That's it. Once you reach there, you'll find our attendant standing and waiting for you. The attendant would be OTP verified. He or she will take your car and will park it in the nearest available authorized parking. Your car will be GPS tagged, and once it is parked, its 360-degree images as well as municipal parking ticket will be made available to you within the app. Now suppose you dropped your car at place A, and now you decided to go to, let's say, Janpat Market, some 600 meters away. Wherever you are, click Get My Car and your car will be delivered there itself. And the best part is when you park your car with ParkMate, it is not at owner's risk, it is at ParkMate's risk. So we cover your car under 5 different types of insurances to ensure that your car is safe. And the best part is we do this without hiring even a single driver. I'll cover that later on. The second system is the ParkMate Trident system. I would like to claim it on this platform. It is probably one of the most advanced parking management system in the country. We have learned from our competition. While our competition has made majorly FASTag systems, we have taken FASTags 2 steps further. We have used the same tech that is used for automatic challan system, which is the ANPR, automatic number plate recognition technology, and with our own proprietary tech called UniPay, or the universal pay system. So now, FASTag is obviously your car comes, your money can deduct it from a FASTag. But what if I don't want to pay by FASTag? What if my FASTag does not have balance? That's where their system fails. If you must have observed in where the competition of the existing FASTag system are installed in parking, most of the weekend evenings the systems are stopped and the parent payment happens by the paper slip. Well, that's where we come in place. A UniPay system is a special QR code that we have developed. While collecting your car, simply scan this QR code. You enter your license plate number on the web page that opens, and you can pay right away from wherever you are. And you get an 18-minute window to take your car out from the exit. The moment your car reaches the exit, the gate will open automatically. It's totally paperless, manless, and seamless system. In fact, by our system, we have raised Lucknow Nagar Nigam's revenue by 257%. That's the corpus of leakage that we have saved for them. And this is our access control system. While the competition and all the existing tech is available in the market operating on RFID tech. Since we have ANPR tech, why should we cause extra cost extra to our clients by making them buy stickers also, and then have separate lane for resident and for the visitors, and then you have to use a MyGate or a no broker? Well, we came in place. We dually date your car's entry exit based on a license plate number by 99.7% accuracy, which is one of the best in the industry. And how do we make money? We charge 49 rupees of pick and drop for Dash plus parking ticket charges. Like I said, we don't hire any drivers. We partner with the existing municipal parking contractors. As a consortium, we share their manpower, we train them, then they do it for us. The 49 rupees is for the pick and drop plus parking ticket charges, which goes to them. The 49 rupees that we charge, 24 also goes to them. So it's an extra added revenue, and technically we are a SaaS for them as an aggregator. While the valet software comes from 799 plus GST as a monthly license fee, then the residential gating system, it costs us some decent amount to make. Everything is manufactured by us in Noida. 100% made in India, no Chinese equipment like our competition. And we sell it for 2 models. One is CAPEX for 1,30,000. For OPEX, we sell it for 5,500 rupees per month for a 3-year login. Or for Trishul, which is the system, the parking management system, it costs us nothing to make. We sell it for 6,50,000. Plus, on every transaction, we charge an MDR of 3 to 12%. That's straight our margin. These are some of our clients within 15 minutes.
Dhananjay, question. Last 30 seconds, if you want to finish something, you can.
This is our traction. We have been in operation for around 15 months. We have been in stealth, and we have got a revenue of around 2 crore by now. And this is what we have achieved without spending even a single penny. We are guided on a parking front by Mr. Rohit Sehgal, on a tech by Sandeep Dinodia. They are also investors in our company. We are raising 5.76 here, and the breakdown is as splashed. These are some of our existing investors. I am open to questions, sir.
So, hi, Dhananjay. Quick
Hello.
question. So you don't have drivers, you're outsourcing the operations to the local community, you're crowdsourcing it, and you are onboarding the risk if something goes wrong to the car. Doesn't that sound a little risky?
Actually, we do not outsource it to any third party. It's not like an outsourcing. We have an MOU with the existing so-called municipal parking thekedars or the contractors, where we share their manpower with them. The corpus of any damage, if happens, actually lies on their ballpark. We have a set way to do it. There are 5 interlocks in the system for the valet module. The app has 2 modules, one with the customer, other one with the valet. So every step has an interlock. Till the time first step is not followed, you cannot go to the second step. And God forbid everything happens, something happens. That's where the insurance comes in place. We have already catered 3 such incidents because we have parked more than 6 lakh cars now. And 3 such incidents happened and we resolved those issues within 16 hours.
Hey, Dhananjay. So I just wanted to understand your first solution, which is the valet, and the second, which is parking management. What is the synergy between both of them, and at scale, what would be the split of revenue between all 3 solutions, where your focus would be more?
The idea before launching the dash service or the valet service was because if we start launching those services, it will entail a lot of customer acquisition costs because trust building will have to happen. Then customer acquisition costs will be involved and we wanted to keep ourselves asset light. So we decided, chalo pehle system bechte hain. So we started selling these systems. We got our presence in major of the malls, like we started with Lucknow. We are present in all the malls of Lucknow except for Lulu. We are present in entire smart city of Lucknow. In fact, the Fluent Grid in their smart city dashboard is already maintained by us. Once we had enough presence, that's where we launched a valet service. Because people already knew about us. And technically, we are making money on acquiring customers rather than burning money. We are making 2.7 rupees on customer acquisition right now. We are raising 5.76 CR at a valuation of 30 crores pre-money. This is our pre-series A round. 2.5 CR of this is already committed from VCATs and we found a circle.
Hey, Anil Gupta here. Now, Smart City of India, the 99 smart cities or whatever. So how come you're not expanding across? Is that because you started with Lucknow and then you plan to expand that? And that's the second question. Now the protocols which are coming into called the thread, protocols coming into all this access control and all that. So how you're leveraging that? Because that's going to be an interoperability discussion shortly, right? So these 2 questions.
So first of all, unlike other companies, we have a data security agreement that we signed with as a non-disclosure agreement with the clients, first of all. In the case of smart cities, first of all, because we are dealing with the government, I think the previous startup already answered that. That's the exact same arrangement we have with them. And our systems are integrated with the command control center of the smart cities. Whatever systems we install in the smart cities is already integrated with them. So that's the defensibility and that's how this data security is actually mitigated. Now coming on to why we are not expanding to other smart cities. We are already having a contract from TSRTC. We are doing 93 sites for them. It's a 147 crore worth of order. Then we are also working with Jhansi Smart City. It's already in the pipeline. And since we are just 15 months in operation and we developed this tech only in the month of March this year. Our first Smart City project went live on 31st March of this year. So again, we are just lacking ammo right now.
And the last one was on your technology protocols. Access control, everything is moving to thread. Right, if you understand technology.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So there's one area which you need to start thinking also.
Right, sir.
So congratulations on what you're doing, and your own career is something very interesting. So really appreciate that. My question is, the smart cities that Anil spoke about, those are some years away. Currently, if you look at all the parking, which is also stated in your slide, 93% is not only unorganized, but they have like 2-year, 3-year contracts, right? And you're signing MOUs with them. How reliable, how dependable will it be for the new contractors that will come in? Because honestly, to be very candid, this entire parking business, so-called, is mafia business, and that's a big risk.
So I will not use this term because most of them are our friends. but on a serious note, ma'am, this is exactly what I knew, what I and my co-founder we knew from the very first day. We did a 2.5 years of study on this thing, and we come from the system. it is actually, you're absolutely right. They are some years away and some of the contractors are already running. But most of these contractors are suffering from a thing called siphoning of money. इनके लड़के इनसे पैसा चुराते हैं. Some of us think that they may be charged, they overcharge. Yes, that happens in some areas. We cannot deny that. But the moment they install our systems, and we are not charging these contractors any penny. It's our system comes for free. We just charge them an MDR on every transaction. So they pay us around 3% of the MDR and they make 257% extra. That's how we come in place. We don't get into tendering process. We have a consortium with these contractors. We don't get into any of the tenders. We only provide tech support and infrastructure support to them. For that, no tendering process is required. Because this infrastructure is already in the purview of the contractor, how he wants to run.
Any more questions? He still has a minute.
So what are the current numbers and what are the projections?
We'll be close. We have clocked around 2 CR of revenue in last 15 months. Last month we closed on 19.2 lakhs, and we are closing this month on 24 lakhs. We'll close this year by 4.2 CR, sir. Yeah, that will be our revenue.
And the next year?
24 crores, sir. And then it will be a straight jump because the OPEX model that we have for other options, that starts reaping results from the 13th month onwards, sir. There's a projection that I would be happy to share with you that will give you a better perspective on this, sir.
No more questions. Dhananjay, my friend, congratulations on the venture.
Thank you.
Let's hit the road now with this one. Huge round of applause for our dear founder. Dhananjay sir, back on the stage. Voting time. So with all our investors, by a show of hands, who all would like to speak to him after the pitch? That's quite a house full there.
Thank you.
And the audience, how many of us would like to back his startup?
Thanks, sir. I especially am interested in you. Thank you.
We'll take this offline. Thank you. All right, moving forward, we have our last startup. The fifth startup, Ayush Kanpur would be here from Fuder. Fuder is a platform for restaurant chains like Barista and Fuzzy Cafe to launch their private labeled apps and build long-term customer retention and loyalty. They're looking to raise 3 crores and offer 7% equity in exchange. Currently, they have 30 lakhs committed. The floor is yours, my friend.
Good evening. Yeah, we call it Fooder. No problem. So while the deck comes up, this is Ayush. I am founder of Fooder along with my 3 other co-founders. I take care of product and technology at Fooder. Previously, along with one of the co-founders, I was working for Disney Cruise Line and we are building retention platform for them. And with Fooder, we are basically building a customer retention and loyalty platform for restaurant chains. And our approach is where we build a white labeled app platform for these guys and help them run their targeted marketing on top of the platform. We are currently raising 3 CR and diluting around 7% for it. Yeah. So why we are doing it? If you talk about the restaurant chains in India, like there is a big disconnect between the customer and those chains. More than 80% of the customers are basically not connected to their chains. There is a retention of less than 15%. When you talk about the global numbers for the brand like Starbucks, it is upward of 40%. And the reason for that is tech is not inherent in their businesses. These guys don't have tech teams of their own. Agency play is something that is very cost hefty for them. And plus, they don't have muscle power to keep on managing the platform and keep on growing it. Our approach to solve this is building an app economy for these platforms. We have chosen a productized SaaS way instead of a service play for this. And through this platform, we help them offer a full restaurant stack. Online ordering, reward systems, brand wallets, everything we offer to them. On top of it, we come in as a huge cost-efficient platform for them because at scale we are offering them a SaaS platform. At the end, we also are fully integrated on both backward and the forward side with different POS systems and payment system. So all in all, we offer them a fully integrated full stack solution in a SaaS way. Talking about the market size, Indian restaurant industry is huge. 60 billion is the market cap, and we are currently focused on the restaurant chains, which is 12% of it. So it comes down to close to 7% in terms of Indian market. We see it is easily we can easily take it to global markets, where next parallels we can see is the Southeast Asia, Africa, and Middle East market. Plus, it has all the sense to take it horizontally to other industries like D2C businesses as well as salon and spa businesses. Yeah. So, talking about the competition and incumbents, right now these restaurant chains have two options: either to build their own tech teams, but we already talked about the problem over there. Or they can go to agencies, but again, it is very difficult to build a full stack solution, and it charges them a lot to build the platform, to do all the integration ground up. So it's a difficult job. There are a couple of point of sale systems that are offering on, and there are a couple of marketing services that are only offering for one-off marketing campaigns for them. We currently, as we stand, we are actually partnered with all those POS systems as well as marketing players, and app is being used as a platform where the customer is engaged with these brands. What makes it different from them? The SaaS approach. We are with the SaaS model, we are a long-term partner for them. In terms of costing, we are less than we have close to 90%. We save close to 90% on the onboarding cost. And as I talked about the integrations there. Currently, our business model is a combination of SaaS plus transaction fee. A typical restaurant chains of 30 outlets, we charge them around 3 lakhs on the SaaS, and then another 4 lakhs comes in from the transaction fee part. Currently, we are sitting at an ARR of 1 CR. By the end of this year, we'll be on 1.5 CR ARR. And from there, we are projecting 2x growth year on year. We are proud to partner with some of the leading brands. One of the leading coffee chains in India is already partnered with us. Brands and business houses like Massive, they are also partnered with us. And we are currently sitting with 20 restaurant chains, and across them, we have partnered with 800 around outlets. We have a strong team. As I talked, like Prem and I, we were working similar things with Disney earlier. Along with that, we have an experienced team of Akshat and Shobit who takes care of business side of the work. Plus, we are very happy to have found our advisors, investors. One of our investor has done the similar job in a company in US. They got a good exit over there. And we are also backed by government of Rajasthan. Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
Hi, Ayush.
Hi.
So a lot of these companies which are your customers, they spend a lot on Swiggy, Zomato, and all these food apps, right? So what kind of customer base do they have on their own versus on these channels? Because from what I understand, the customer base that they can get from food delivery companies is expanding. Of course, it comes at a cost. And to attract customer retention loyalty, one way of doing it from food delivery apps is to give discounts or coupon codes, or to keep getting customers back, which is expensive, but the reality is that the audience is already sitting there. Since the audience is not really, it's aggregated there, it's not aggregated with me as a food company. How do you solve for that challenge, and what is the impact that this can have versus me spending more money on Swiggy, Zomato?
Okay. So first off, like we are currently focused on the restaurant that are primarily dine-in and pickups, like places. On the other side, on the Swiggy Zomato side, as we feel the retention is of the customer is basically on the platform, not on the brand. Assuming you opt for a premium plan of Zomato Gold or everything. So as a customer, I am loyal to the platform, not to the brand. And these brands face a big challenge of getting hold of their customer data and information from these platforms, because it is a case of always acquiring customer again and again. But on the other side, these brands are always on the lookout to get hold of the customer so that they can acquire customer once and then keep on building retention on top of it.
Got it. So my next and last question is, from the users that you have, what are the success metrics, and what after using the product, what have they achieved, and at steady state, what can those numbers be? So if we look at retention, is there an example or a case study for it?
Yeah. I don't have a case study on deck, but I can tell you, like one of our brands, like they have improved their top line by 20% through using this retention platform. Their average repeat rate of customers who were ordering more than twice overall was less than 15%. But for the customers who were like onboarded on this platform, the retention rate was greater than 50%. Their average check size of ACV of the customer outside of the platform compared to the customer on the platform, the platform customers are around 20-25% hike in the ACV. So these are the values that these are looking out for.
So currently all the restaurant chains and all, they are using some platform to manage their operations. They are sometimes full stack platforms. So how easy do you find for them to transition from that platform to yours? And is there a challenge that you face while onboarding?
Yeah. So how we see it, it is a complementary solution that is built on top of their existing tech stack. So assuming you are using a point of sale system of Rista or Paid Puja, those are the leading POS system. So so those systems are sitting between the inventory and the kitchen and the order taking. And we are sitting between the customer and the restaurant. So we are basically customer side part of it, and these platforms are already looking at the integration to solve those problems.
Do you bill annually in advance? How do you bill to your clients?
So our SaaS fees comes annually. Usually it is in two splits, and on the transaction piece comes in per transaction. So like assuming it's a 3 lakh SaaS fee, so usually it is in two tranches, one upfront and the next one is in the next 6 months. And on the transaction part, assuming like there is a customer who orders onto the platform, so so the transaction cut goes to us. And then we the money comes to the account, and then we settle after deducting the transaction part.
The restaurant business is a very large business, and when we looked at your turnovers the way we are today, let's do a crystal gazing 5 years hence. How big can this business be?
So 5 years from now, we are projecting to in next 3 years we are projecting to raise an ARR of 12 CR, and 5 years from now we'll be expanding into global market, which definitely will take this ARR double from the 3-year mark. So close to 50 CR ARR we are projecting in next 5 years.
Thanks. Deep.
Oh, I was just thinking. Last question. Last question for him. Well, you answered all the questions, my friend. Congratulations. Voting time. Okay, but huge round of applause for our friend for pitching. Pucho? Okay, so investors, who all would like to talk to him after the pitch? Yes, there is hope. From the audience, show of hands, how many of us are going to support him in his startup? You never know, this is the next billionaire in the making. You never know, right?
Thank you so much.
That's how we all pitch and start. But thank you for being here. Thank you. You're good. Okay, so how many of us believe in karma? No good deed goes for a waste. There are 5 startups. Your likes, following on their social pages can help them a lot. Please Wise Drive, Fambo, Nen, Parkmate, and Fooder. Please follow their pages, show them some appreciation. It takes a lot of hard work to build a startup. Thank you, investors, for being here. Just a minute, I would like to invite Dr. Neeraj Mittal, who is here. Thank you for gracing the occasion, sir. He's the Secretary of Department of Telecommunications. I would love to invite him to share a few words. Sir.
Thank you. Thank you, all of you. You know, I had the good fortune of sitting through the last 3 presentations. I would have loved to be here for the whole session. I'm passionate about helping startups. In my last assignment in Government of Tamil Nadu, I helped set up something called Umagine, an event which was essentially focused as a fusion of Slush, CES. The first edition happened last year. I don't know if somebody of yours, did you? I also, you know, we set up something called IT&T Hub, which is the emerging technology startup accelerator in Tamil Nadu. So I was, you know, kind of goosebumps when you guys were telling your stories. It's amazing how people from various backgrounds are so passionate, who come here, trying their luck, fighting all the forces which act against them, governments, you know, contractors, and regulations, bureaucracy. And despite that, you know, people like you who are there to guide them, help them, mentor them. So I'm really grateful to all of you of giving hope to each one of them, sitting through, I think, some 200 startups which came here today, selecting them for this round. So please continue to encourage all of them. And I thank IMC for, you know, devising this in the first edition this year. I hope it grows much bigger. And I'm definitely there to support it. Thank you so much.
Would love to have a photograph with you with all the startups who pitched. Would like to call all the startups who pitched on the stage, please. Also, others in the audience who are planning to raise money. This is one of the best lot that you can find for your angel round and for subsequent rounds. And hence, I would like to call all the judges on the stage as well and all the investors. Padmaja, Ruparel ma'am, Girish sir from Your Nest, Padmaja ma'am, obviously Indian Angel Network, the godfathers of angel investing and our investors as well. Vansh Oberoi from Venture Catalyst, Dhruv Ranjan, Anikat, Addison Appusa from Thin Kuwait, Sandro, Stephen from Green Trunk, Mr. Anil Gupta, Principal Partner for India Accelerator, Kapil Malhotra, Founder and MD Total Solutions Group, Anubhav Jain, Director Accelerator Ventures and UK Dealmaker, Prashant Narang sir, Co-Founder Agility Ventures, Navjot Kaur, Associate Director, Epic Capital, Mr. Anil Taneja, Vice President Venture Catalyst. Would also like to call the India Mobile Congress team and Thai Delhi team to be on the stage as well. Thank you everyone for being here. Please sir. That's a lot of money on the table, on the stage now. Thank you so much. No, I'm good. Ma'am, aapki jagah hai wo. If you're liking, please also like Sirona page. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for being here.
And on the behalf of Thai Delhi NCR, we would like to thank Deep, who's managed this session very well. Thank you so much, Deep. Thanks for your support.